Mi gente, thanks for tuning in once again. Really appreciate you guys taking the time to do that. Today, we're just gonna continue reading a book we have been reading. It's been a long time since I read a chapter in this book, so I wanted to get back into it. We've learned a lot from it. We got a lot of jewels and a lot of drop from it. You know, there's a lot of hijack we gotta dodge when we're reading this book because of this author and his biases and added conjectures to what he's learning from these historical accounts which he's quoting. And that's why I like reading this book. You guys will see what I mean. So this is like my disclaimer. I just want to go ahead and say it right now because I will be mentioning this as I'm reading to dodge the hijack. A lot of these Atlantis, antediluvian old world researchers, just like Robert Suffolk today, they try to make everything into whitewashed history. Like, oh, the Atlanteans, the Aryans, everybody was white. Everybody was white. All the ancient civilized people were so-called white. White. So this author's been known to do it. A lot of authors we read that do it all the time, especially when it comes to this Atlantis research. They always try to make the Atlanteans or this old civilized, ancient civilization that was in America, so-called white with blue eyes. So just want to say, dodge the hijack right away with that. Other than that, we're going to read some great historical accounts of what was being found again in South America. We've gone over the previous chapters already. If you're into like adventure stories, mystery, exploration, lost world stories, then you're going to enjoy this chapter we're going to read today. Again, America is the true old world. This is more corroboration, just more icing on the cake. And again, we're just going to get through these books one by one, chapter by chapter, and that's what we're going to do today. So let's go ahead and get started. Thanks for being here. So it's been a long time since we came back to this book. So I thought it'd be time, we got continue reading this great book we've been reading every chapter. That book is Secret Cities of Old South America. This is by Harold T. Wilkins. Before I continue, just want to go ahead and invite you to catch up on the previous chapters we read. I have a playlist with the name Secret Cities of Ancient South America. You can find it on my playlist tab and my main page. And you can see all the parts you've missed. The first one here, Mysteries of a Lost World, Ancient South America, Original Black Inhabitants of the Amazon. That's part 1. Secret Cities of Old South America, chapter 2, Ancient Land of Haiti, Atlantis, High Brazil. Great chapter. Great video on that one. Then we got chapter 3, Ancient Glyphs of Atlantis, Riddle in the Rocks. And then we got Amazonian warrior women existed, origins in ancient America, more than Greek fables, historical. And that's all the previous parts. Make sure you catch up on those. Again, today, we're going to go on to chapter 5 of this book. And it's called The Mystery of El Dorado and Gran Paititi, or Paititi. Stay thou with me, this day thou shalt have ingots. Ben Jonson. Lamentation and an ancient tale of wrong, like a tale of a little meaning, though the words be strong, chanted from an ill-used race. Edgar Allan Poe, in one of his mystical poems, pictures a demon whispering in the ear of a dreamer, if thou seekest El Dorado, thou must boldly ride over the mountains of the moon through the valley of the shadow. And that pretty well sums up the prevalent skeptical opinion about the real existence of El Dorado, that it was a South American mirage or jack-o'-lantern light of the swamps of the foothills of the Andes, which embogged and entrapped many a haughty hidalgo or cruel German knight of the Holy Roman Empire of Spain and the Rhine to his utter ruin. Or that it was a myth that caused many an adventurer to leave his bones and eyeless skull to rot and grin to the unseen headless skies from the depths of some South American arroyo, or in the glade of a lone forest where the burnt cabins of a fired Indian village and the scorched earth of native fruit plantations mocked the white survivors who who crept back to mourn and starve under the ancient Venezuelan or old Colombian moon. As for the surviving El Dorado hunters, who century after century managed to struggle back to Cartagena or old Quito of the Incas, it must have seemed to their backers and promoters, if not to themselves, with vile tropic diseases gone to the bones and sunk right into the bloodstream, that the more the years processed, the more the visionary country of fabulous gold and jewels seemed to retreat beyond the icy summits of the Cordilleras, or sink down into the waving line of dense, green tropical South American forests. Its far horizon ever beckoned to old Spanish avarice and ever receded beyond even Castilian reach. Was El Dorado then a mere myth, accredited to the dusky figure of an old Colombian cacique, condemned to roll his carcass in gold dust and yearly to bathe in the mystic waters of a mountain tarn, wherein had sunk his pretty wife and baby girl down to the green translucent halls of Guatavita, Necan, Guatavita? Was it all based on the lovely and forlorn figure of a queen whose husband had ordered her to be prostituted to any or the lowest and basest man in the city? Because he, the Sultan, had, as he believed, caught her in an intrigue with a young Chibcha gallant about his court, as the native story purported. All right, Chibcha. Indeed, have we today any reason to suppose that El Dorado, the mysterious country or city of fabulous wealth, really existed and was more than a mystery myth? I say emphatically that El Dorado, or the Los Dorados, for there were more than one in South America, really did exist, okay? Of course, the average skeptical historian will point out two sources of the myth, one behind the Rio Orinoco, in the legendary land of the Golden Manoa, right? Manoans. This is what we were reading yesterday about the Greek Minion people, Manoan, and Lago de Parima. The other in the deep blue slumbering mountain tarn of Guatavita, right? Just like the Guatavita. It's Hindu words, right? Just like Buddha, Guatemala, Guatavita. High in the mountains behind Santa Fe de Bogota, we're talking about modern-day Colombia area, and it may seem so after sifting the evidence. But be it noted, all the evidence has not been so examined. One who in our own day came nearer than he knew to the true location of the El Dorado, of the Golden Lake and Mansion of the Sun, was the late Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Through his book actually treated of a lost world of dinosaurs, saurians, monstrous animals, ape-men, and trans-Andean Indians, it was in 1912 that Colonel Fawcett in London hinted about the monstrous tracks of unknown origin seen by shuddering Indians today in this mysterious territory. They were in the beach of primeval swamps, old as the uprising of the giant Andes, when the ancient rivers drained into the tremendous swamp covering 1,000,000 square miles of territory. Doyle was at the lecture and based his Lost World novel on what he heard at the lecture. Behind the swamps on the edge of the very little explored province of Caupolicán of Bolivia, ranged dense forests not even penetrated by native rubber gatherers. There are dangerous Indians on the fringes of this forest, through which flow the rios, Beni, and Heath. Back of this terra incognita lies, say the Indians, a lost world of ancient ruined dead cities, wherein is much gold lying in the dust of untold ages. Here is a strange El Dorado called by generations of old Spanish explorers, pioneers, gold seekers, adventurers, mission monks, chroniclers, viceroys, governors, the official of the Audiencias, and the Jesuits and Dominican friars, El Gran Paytiti, or Paititi, the land of the Tiger King, right? Tiger? Do we have tigers in America or do we have jaguars? It is true that the late Sir Arthur Conan Doyle did not precisely locate his world of Jurassic monsters with large ape-men, later Indians, and lakes and swamps of pterodactyls and Mesozoic age saurians, all hemmed in by towering cliffs of basalt and igneous rock. In actual fact, his lost world was apparently located far up the headwaters of the Amazon, and probably near the region of this same mysterious Caupolicon. All right, but remember who he's talking about, and we're talking about the guy who went to Mount Roraima, who wrote the books The Lost World. He based it off what he was seeing in Mount Roraima. But doubtless he would have deemed it an artistic mistake to locate too precisely such a neverland of terror and fantasy. But when the careful inquirer, raising the curtain of mystery that for centuries on centuries has veiled the South American landscape, peeps round a corner of it, he dimly sees looming through the mist of long time a faint picture of stone cities, wherein a strange, and remember, and they're going to say white here, these authors, again, with their, all the ancient advanced people are supposed to be white. You know, there's a lot of these Atlantis researchers and old world people that just try to make anything civilized so-called white. All right, so we're going to dodge the hijack when we see that. So they're calling this ancient race in Brazil so-called white. That's literally what he's saying. Wherein a strange race dwell, gold-plated pyramids. Listen, this is the stories of the cities they're finding there. That's whatever they're saying about the color and the complexion of the people, you know, which is conjectures. They're saying they're finding gold-plated pyramids and a mystic lake with golden sands, which reflect in its wide, pure waters a great temple of the sun, or house of virgins, called by the conquistadorians La Casa del Sol. True, the old Spanish explorers and the missionary monks of the early 17th century did not distinguish between El Dorado and Gran Paytiti, or to put the matter in another way, they did not visualize the fact that there was more than one El Dorado in South America's unknown places. It is a curious fact that the way to one El Dorado lay through the country of the Amazon women warriors without husbands, and that is the case both in regard to the never-entered land of gold and the lake Parime, said to lie in the backwater country of Rio Orinoco, on the borders of Venezuela, Guyana, and North Brazil, and what I believe was a certain old Spanish monk, and Don Juan Recio de Leon, was the homeland of these women in the headwaters territory of the great river named after them. This territory is sundered still by thousands of miles of unknown campo, forest, river, montaña, swamp, and savanna from the eastern cordilleras of the Andes behind old Cusco in Peru, all right? Just over the mountains, you got Cusco, and you got the impenetrable forests of the Amazon on the other side, where these Amazon warrior women, and we know that's historical. We've proven that. We've shown the primary sources. We've also read the previous chapter with so much great info, if you haven't checked that out, of these Amazonian warrior women. The story seems first to have reached European ears in Central America, Aztecan Mexico, and Nicaragua, which is right next to Costa Rica, in the first years after the conquest. It was then, as later, often coupled with the legend of Amazon women warriors on its borders, and it always took the form of a land of glittering and abundant gold and jewels far away in the interior from the Indians who told the story. El Dorado proved, as we know, a mocking mirage to the gold-hungry adventurers and the stately hidalgos, or hardy Spanish rufflers. All such men were destined to lay their bones in hundreds of unknown swamps, morasses, woodland tracts, wild mountains, and weird gorges, or deadly miasmatic savannas, which have actually never been trodden since by the foot of any man or European men who have lived to return with the story. The search lasted for 300 years and was switched from the edge of western South America to the unknown hinterland of the northeast of the continent. The hunters were as castaways who watched the smoke of the steamer, which is always hull down on the skyline, and the parallel holds good in another way. In both, there was and is no smoke without fire. The vision of El Dorado began to flit before the eyes of the conquistadores of South America in the days of Jimenez de Quesada. It was when his hardy soldiers began to ride over the high passes of the Cordilleras of Nueva Granada, modern Colombia, that they came on a curious cultus associated with the ancient South American worship of the goddess Chia of caves, tunnels, and lacustrine adoratorios. But it was the preaching friar, Fray Alonso de Zamora, who started in Spanish ears the story of the El Dorado vision of the mystic lake of Guatavita. I here translate his story for the first time into English. Zamora was provincial qualificador of the Holy Office. He wrote, "The temples and sanctuaries most celebrated of all the Muisca or Chibcha nation of the province of Nueva Granada were those of Sogamoso, Bogota, and Chia, the lake of Fuquene, and the lake of Guatavita, that is distant 2 leagues from the pueblo, between very high hills with so much beauty and so level a formation has nature created it, that the water stretches for more than a league around. It is very deep and so crystalline and limpid that a straw that fell into it sent out circles even to the edges of the strand. The Indians report among their fables that the Guatavitas, having taken comprehendido his principal wife in adultery, ordered that in his presence and the chief men of the state, certain Indians of the lowest condition in the city should enjoy her. She so keenly felt this public disgrace that with her only small daughter she threw herself into the lake. Remorseful afterwards that he had not pardoned her, the cacique, the Indians are very liberal in piety and compassion, Piedad, mourned her so greatly that he went to the banks and filled the waters greatly with his tears, wherein some of his vassals, to gratify their chief, cast themselves, and they all with one voice called on her in lamentation. The demon that set himself to allure the inclinations of everyone that craves so disposed it that the chaques or priests who look after the sanctuary feigned that the caciquua was alive in a beautiful palace under the waters of the lake, and to deceive the people the more he caused the form of the caciquua to appear above the waters with her baby daughter in her arms. After these apparitions, sacrifices began to be offered, and as it seemed to the cacique and his vassals of Guatavita that she was alive, they performed the rites with love, and succored her once, making her the richest offerings they could conceive. The fable is told by all the people of the Muiscas, and also by strangers who marveling at the miracle, Rodrigo came to make offerings of gifts from various quarters, por calles diferentes, of which the tokens are seen to this day. They enter balsas of reeds, and in the middle of the laguna, casting their offerings, with ridiculous and vain superstitions. The ordinary people approach the banks of the lake and keep their backs turned as the ceremony proceeds, for they hold it for lack of reverence that any should stare at those waters who might not be of rank qualified. But the tradition is very ancient, that here was cast into the water all the gold and emeralds as soon as they had heard that the Spaniards sought nothing else. From this lake arises the fame of the Dorado, that has destroyed so many, luring and deceiving them. It is the story that the cacique of Guatavita bathed, se bañaba, or dipped himself in turpentine, trementina, and placed over that a great quantity of gold and gold dust, and in that shining livery went golden and resplendent to the sacrifice. So, guys, that means El Dorado. So when you say El Dorado, that could be the golden one. So somebody full of gold, the golden one. So that's what they're saying here is another story. Round about this famous lake, General Quesada said the Indians had sanctuaries or idols and temples, and that asked for the riches that were in it. He gave his brother Hernan Perez de Quesada the first drainage of the countries, and that he alone took out 3,000, 4,000 pesos of gold, of very fine quality. Not far off the time of the conquest, Antonio de Sepulveda made his second drainage, the Sagua, with certain instruments that he had to sound it. He drew out a great sum of gold and an emerald of very great value, of which there is an account in los libros reales, the royal registers. In those times they made the greatest and deepest drainage of the lake, but though they fished up something, han sacado algo, it did not answer their expectations or the cost. The golden dip of the balsamic cacique was followed by a royal banquet, when the Indians, now turning their reverential backsides to the land, broached whole balsaloads of Piwadi beer. Humboldt visited the Mystic Lake about 1830. I have already given his impression in a page supra. 8 years later, Captain Charles Stewart Cochrane, RN, was there, and he tells a very interesting story. An old Spaniard, sounding in the center of the lake, drew up with a lead of a small branch of a tree, in the mud round which was a golden image worth $100. About the summit of the cone, which forms the lagoon, is an ancient Indian road, now quite neglected and overgrown with brushwood and trees. On the edge of the cone, we saw two of the sepulchres of the caciques, hewn out of sandstone rock, and there is said to be a cave connected with the worship of the lagoon of Guatavita, at the entrance of which is said to have once been standing two golden figures, large as life. A Spanish soldier, who first wandered to the place, cut off one of the fingers when he was seen and attacked by natives. He was wounded and hardly made his escape. Having told what he had seen to a large body of Spaniards, they went well armed to the spot, but found neither figures nor cave. The Indians, hearing that a strong force was on the way, cleverly stopped up the cave and threw the golden statues into the lake. And as that lake is 1,000 yards wide and very deep, those gold statues have never been found. People who in modern times, in the last 15 years in fact, have invested money in syndicates started in London, England by highly colored and enigmatic folk, have reached the conclusion that if there is not a curse on Guatavita, apart from those too readily vomiting from their own mouths, it is a will o' the wisps luring unwary people's money out of the safety of banks into the marsh and bottomless sands of Sucker's Bay and Mugg's Island. There ought to be a romantic curse on Guatavita. Since Count Quesada, the tough Spanish conquistador, roasted the Chibcha chief, Sapija, alive on a hot fire, right? You guys hear what he did to the Chibcha chief and the Chibcha? My ancestry goes back to the Huetar people in Costa Rica. The Huetar speak Chibcha language. They're part of the Chibcha culture, connected to Panama, Colombia, and Ecuador, and probably Peru, and even other places, I believe Venezuela. But you guys see on this jungle here, this northern Amazon region, the Chibcha are very prominent, and this is what Quesada did to the cacique there. You guys hear that? He roasted him alive on a hot fire. He perpetrated this atrocity in order to punish him for throwing into the waters of this lake when he heard that the avaricious Castilians were on the way. 2 tons of gold and plate borne on the backs of 50 sweating Indians. As for Antonio de Sepulveda, already mentioned, that luckless Spanish merchant of Bogota was ruined by his attempt to drain the lake, for the gold he raised worth $200,000, and the splendid emerald he fished up from its deep waters were sequestrated by the Viceroy for the crown in Madrid. Romantic or fancy-free statisticians have said there are 1,120,000,000 pounds in gold in Guatavita, but nothing like that sum has ever come out in the drought. A British concern in 1913 spent 13 years of hard work and 15,000 pounds on the lake and got out jewels and gold objects worth only 350 pounds. But to hark back to the early days of the conquistadores, though the cacique was roasted alive, and the Spanish merchant lost his money and broke his heart over Guatavita, on went the search for mystic gold. Not one of these ruffian bandits or proud, haughty-eyed and imperious hidalgos of old Spain stopped to ask himself, whence came all this gold and those jewels cast into this lake? In the not so often high endeavor to resolve this riddle, once for all, Germans of the Holy Roman Empire of Carlos V, right, or Charles V, who is a black man, so-called black man, remember, enlarged the hunting area. These expeditions left the high passes of the Andean Cordilleras for the free, hot insect and snake-infested wet llanos of Venezuela. They were headed by daring knights of old Augsburg in Bavaria, who, sons of merchant princes as they were of the old Welser or Welser family, yet had in their adventurous veins the hot blood of those Lanquenets, or German foot soldiers. The Lanquenets, gentle ways as one seen in 16th century marble monuments in ancient German or Swiss churches have caused them to be used as models for the impenitent thieves on crosses, or the soldiers who gave vinegar instead of water to a savior, or thieves dying on a cross in ancient Palestine. These Velser knights with the swords in one hand and pistolet in the other, and their gold pokes and Cordovan leather bags for gems and other trifles riffled from adoratorios, rattling and bumping at their Spanish genets, backsides and flanks, started out about the year AD 1530 at the head of 200 Spaniards and Holy Roman Imperial Germans, horse and foot. They had a train of 100 Indians laden with the provisions and equipment for their white lords and masters or their European. They weren't white, these Spanish Sephardic using more. The luckless Indians were fettered together with one long chain, their necks none too affectionately clasped with collars. You guys hear how they were treating the Indians, right? With chains around their necks. Their necks none too affectionately clasped with collars, for it was still far from the day when so-called blacks or red or piebald men were regarded or affected to be regarded as brothers and the good Lord with the European and master races. Any man who fell out on the trail exhausted had his head struck off to save the gentle Spanish or German lansquenet the trouble of undoing the chain from his neck and unlocking fetters from his shrunken limbs. All right, so who they are enslaving and treating like this? American Indians of South America, not Africans. The wild beast and the belly of the Uirbiru then became his sepulchre, and no holy Catholic Spaniard to say Pater Noster or Ave Maria for the poor Indian. Don Ambrosio de Alfinger was the leader of the first expedition to this other El Dorado. At one place on the banks of the Gold River, Magdalena, in modern Colombia, the Indios of the villages around were startled by the roaring of matchlocks and the spanging of the arquebuses. They abandoned their villages and fled to some islands in the river. The Spaniards pushed their horses across the whirling waters and killed every Indian. Look, you hear what's going on? They killed every Indian without respect to sex or age, meaning elderly, women, and children too. From the cacique of another village on the Magdalena, Alfinger and his murdering, raping bandits looted 12,000 pounds worth of gold and jewels. He sent his lieutenant back on the trail with this gold, with orders to buy fresh supplies from Coro, Venezuela. The loyal lieutenant, not a lansquenet for nothing, left his commander and the men in the lurch and went out treasure hunting on his own. A whole year, Alfinger waited for the traitor's return, till his men were dying of hunger in a country which had been scorched and ravaged. The policy of the scorched earth is not new. Till not one stalk of Indian, corn or fruit could be found in places from which the Indians had all fled. All right, this is what they're doing over there. At last, the desperate Alfinger, seeing the futility of waiting any longer, ordered the expedition to move. Every village they met on the trail they plundered, burned, and massacred. Right? This is your Holy Roman Emperor Charles V's orders, right? A black man. They dug up the natives' plantations and left the survivors when they returned from the woods to die of hunger. The starving Spaniards and Germans were now fain to stay the pangs of their own hungry bellies on wild fruits and any sort of vermin they met in the woods. Fever and want struck them down, and soon they were dying like flies in the fall. The survivors looked like nothing on earth, save ghosts of emaciated corpses, emerging from tombs and charnel houses, with their rags flapping round their gangling limbs and sinking into gulfs round their famished stomachs. Well had the punishment fitted the crime. It made some folk, as Clemenceau said, almost believe in providence. Presently, they ascended mountains, and where their poor starved Indians froze to death in their nakedness, but the cold and rarefied air of the mountains forced the ruthless Alfinger to turn back again down to the hot savannas, where avenging Indians who had aroused the country lay in wait. The fierce tribes then set on and vanquished the debilitated Spaniards and Germans. But it was the beastly mosquitoes that eventually forced the survivors of the expedition to retreat once more to the montaña, where cold and wounds killed even the brutal and tough Alfinger. He perished, this Bavarian landsquenet knight, in the cold, bleak mountains of Cachiri. Only a handful of survivors reached back to Cartagena. They left behind them a memory of cruelty and rapine that made the name of Spaniards stink in Indian nostrils, and across the broad and roaring seas caused the hardy Elizabethan rovers and their sons in and before Cromwell's day to style the conquistadores and their posterity a race of monsters and blood suckers. All right, and again, just putting everything into perspective. Yeah, there was probably light-skinned looking conquistadors, but a lot of these were Sephardic Moors. These were so-called New Christians, and a lot of them were Black Catholics too, just like Charles V, that were doing this. All right, these monsters and bloodsuckers, they're calling them. Diego de Ordaz, he was an old conquistador under Cortés in Mexico, was near the confluence of the Caroni, when Indians said that far to the west of the mouth of Rio Meta, modern Oriente of Colombia, lived great nations who were clothed, had much gold, and rode on animals smaller than stags. Llamas? Could be horses. But it was in 1535 that the Spaniard Luis Daza in the town of Tacunga near Quito met an Indian coming from Bogota in Nueva Granada, who had been sent by the chief Zipa to seek military aid from the Inca Atahualpa, who had, as Zipa could not have known, recently been garroted by Pizarro and his Castilian thugs. The Indian spoke of a priest king far away to the east, who powdered his body in greased gold dust and then plunged into the waters of a mountain tarn. George von Speyer, another old German knight, when he was governor of Venezuela, took practical steps to satisfy his yearning for El Dorado and his curiosity about the story. In 1536, undeterred by the fate of Alfinger, his countryman, he headed an expedition of 300 foot soldiers and 100 cavalry, which started from Coro on the northeast bank of the Gulf of Maracaibo and struck into the endless llanos of Venezuela. The trail led them into the mountains of Merida. They reached spots in South American wilds which have not even been seen by Europeans or Latin Americans since their day. Von Speyer descended from the mountain into the wet, green plains of the llanos between the Apure and the Meta. His baggage and horses were futile for penetrating mountains and their recesses eastward in Guyana. All right, so you guys can picture they're going into deep, deep jungle, like this whole area where Mount Roraima and all that, that's deep jungle. They're saying even places where people today have not even gone since that time, since they did it. Nobody else has still gone into these places. So southwest into the fires of the sunset, von Speyer and his soldiers took the trail for San Juan de los Llanos. Clouds of mosquitoes made their life a misery, and when the rains fell, the adventurers were reduced to such straits that they had to grub up roots for food. In the dense woods, the jaguars jumped on their horses and killed one Spaniard. You guys hear what the jaguars are doing? Going farther into what today is still unknown territory, they were attacked by savage Indians called the Uwapes, who got drunk before battle and painted their bodies black as the devil himself. At the large native village of La Fragua, Pueblo de Nuestra Señora, Speyer said he found the Temple of the Sun and a convent of virgins, like those found in Peru and Nueva Granada, modern Colombia. He was away for more than a year and traveled 1,500 miles from the coast into the unknown. At last, he reached back to the shores of the Caribbean in Venezuela. Others took up the search after him. There was Nicolas Friedemann, who was supposed to follow Speyer's party with supplies. He wandered off treasure hunting on his own, and was for 3 years lost in the wilds of the Llanos and still unknown backcountry of the mountains on the northern Brazilian border. He came back with a budget of strange stories and started others out on the mystic trail. One of them was Philip von Hutten, or Hutten, he who is called in the Spanish colonial archives Felipe de Urre, or Utre, a former lieutenant of von Speyer. In 1541, von Hutten, following in the old trail of von Speyer, went south across the llanos of Venezuela with a great expedition. Always these adventurers, like modern German expeditions in Brazil, Mato Grosso, forgot that great expeditions cannot live on this country. For a year, a whole year, he and his men wandered in a circle in the wilderness. They were reduced to such straits that they spread corn cobs close to the nest of ants in order to capture and eat these insects. They had no idea where they were or where they're going. Somewhere by the Rio Putamene, a tributary or north of the Putumayo, in what is even now unknown country, they met an Indian who offered to guide them to a native township called Macatoa. The guide said it was a rich city where the people were clothed, kept llamas, and had vast gold hoards. Surely enough, von Hutten came on a place with streets of houses and 800 inhabitants, but it had no gold. He reached the country of the Wapis, who sent him on a trail of from 800 miles in the direction of the sunrise to Macatoa, in the land of the Omaguas. This pueblo appears to have been somewhere in the vague and misty territory westward and southwestward of the Rio Orinoco's headwater country, towards the eastern Andean foothills and a long way from the Sierra Parime of southern Venezuela. The wandering Jesuit missionaries, whose records and manuscripts in Brazilian archives tell some queer stories of the mysteries of the ancient land of South America, which the members of this order made contact with in the 16th and 17th centuries and later called them, in the words of one Jesuit monk, a very noble tribe of Indios of El Dorado. They may be the remains of some ancient monarchy which was in remote times in South America. Humboldt calls this the El Dorado of the Omaguas. They were a powerful offshoot of the once great race of the Caribs, who overran Brazil and spread into the Antilles of the Caribbean Sea. Another Latin American writer suggests that Macatoa lay along the Rio Guaviare basin towards the Sierra Parima in southern Venezuela. Wherever the place was, von Hutten's hardy men had reached it in many days. They certainly found a city of 5,000 people with stone houses, streets, and plazas, but it was not the city of their golden dreams. The folk here sent them on again. El Dorado was still round the corner or over the skyline. 5 days later, von Hutten stood on his Pisgah and looked down on the promised land. His wandering men gazed on a city lying at the foot of the mountain, stretching as far as the eye could reach, or of vast size. Its limit we could not see, and its many stone houses were built along straight streets. In the center was a great temple, either a palace or some mighty lord, or the abode of the king high priest. It was very lofty, supposing we had reached the very city of El Dorado, where said the Indians of Wapis. The temple was full of idols of the purest gold, all jeweled. We mounted our horses as a screen for the foot soldiers and charged down the hill into the city. Entering the streets of this wonderful city, we rode our horses into a solid body of these Omaguas, who disputed our passage with great force. Clouds of arrows sang through the air. Our leaders were hit and sores wounded. There were, one of our captains estimated, 50,000 of these Omaguas, who were assembling at the beat of drums sounding from afar. At first we drove them back, but so many came on and so valiantly did they fight that we were forced to retreat, bearing our leader with us in a hammock, tied between two horses. The Omaguas followed us, and so sore we were beset that our men in the rear guard had to fight hard as we got out of their country. Only this rearguarded battle saved us from extermination. Von Houten's men at last reached back home to Cartagena or Maracaibo and told such stories of the valor of the strong nation of the Omaguas that none ever seemed to have braved the dangers of the trail after his day. 9 years passed, during which even the stream of vast quantities of treasure and jewels found in Inca Peru seemed to be running into a desert of sand in the eyes of the needy crowds of Spanish and other adventurers. El Virrey of Lima, beset by the risings and ructions of hardy, hungry, and ruthless men who were not born for farms or monasteries, looked round for some way to rid the land of this picturesque crowd of bravies and rufflers and gangsters. What better than to start them out on a new El Dorado trail? If they found treasure, well, the crown and the audiencia would have their lion's share after the hunters returned. If they did not, then none would return to tell tales out of the belly of a jaguar, or roar defiance at adelantados y corregidores out of the cooking pots of the anthropophagi, who everyone knew dwelled in the far land toward the misty Amazon, behind the Cordilleras. It was good riddance to hijos de las PUTA. I'm not saying that. It might be demonio guard and keep his very own fellows. So that was how Don Pedro de Ursua was put on the trail of another El Dorado, El Gran Paytiti. All right, so these people, they're saying, and basically what he's saying are no good people, so they don't care if they get lost or do whatever they want. It was in the year 1560 that this young Navarrese knight passed down the Papamine or Papamine to the Amazon on the trail of treasure cities. Although Ursua did not know it, he was really setting out to hunt for the real El Dorado, that land of the lost, mysterious race of old and incredibly ancient civilized High Brazil, right? The famous High Brazil of the British Isles and Europe, of cities of gold, pyramids stored with massive statues and images of pure gold and gems of the Casa del Sol, mystic house of the sun, and of the great golden lake which rivaled the lapidarian vision of that hierophant of the Eastern mysteries who is known as St. John of Patmos, the mystic evangelist. There were 1,500 men with him, some of them the choicest scoundrels who ever cut throats in old Seville or Toledo. You guys hear? They had got so many doncellas honradas with child, or beat up so many reverend friars of orders, gray or black, what cared they? And inquisitive alguaciles, that they found it better to run away to sea aboard a lousy, starved-gut galleon than stay to pay the piper, or the padre in the stone-cold cárcel. So this is what they're saying. These are criminals. These are convicts. They send them as conquistadores, auxiliaries, you know. This is it's either that or go to jail. And so a lot of these people ain't no good on this expedition. On went the Barkentine down the Rio Guayagu, northwards to the mighty Amazon. It was safe to say that if these rufflers ever met the redoubtable Amazon fighting women and beat them, those would have no need to wait till the following April for any sexual congress dances. The expedition passed the mouth of the Ukaili when a sudden mutiny, perhaps less sudden than seemed, split the company in two and caused a certain Long John Silver of old Castile to take steps to suffer no rivals near his new throne. This Juan Argento was a land pirate named Lopez de Aguirre. No sooner was he elected captain of the new company than he cut the throat of gallant Don Pedro de Urcia and temporarily appointed Juan Guzman as commander. Perhaps this step was forced on Aguirre, for before long Guzman's throat too was cut under a palm tree, and lo, Aguirre was now captain for good and all. All right, so Aguirre, right? A pirate. Who were the pirates? Remember, these cryptos. Aguirre's type was singularly like that of pirate Henry Avery, alias Avery or Ben Brickman, of King William III's later day. The monk Pedro Simon paints a lively picture of this picturesque ruffler and land pirate. He was the demonio himself, or the devil himself, this Aguirre, about 50 years short of stature, sparsely built, coarse-featured, of a villainous weasand which any hangman would have split with pleasure. His face was small and lean, his neck and cheek pock-marked, his beard black as coal, and when he looked at you, out of a dark eyes piercing as a falcon, his gaze was stern and threatening. But withal he was a noisy talker and a boaster, if well backed by the compañeros, and bold and determined, otherwise he was an arrant coward. So hardy was his habit of body that he could endure endless fatigue, afoot on horseback. Never was he seen without two coats of mail, or a steel breastplate, and he always carried his sword, dagger, arquebus, or lance. He slept mostly by day, being careful of his throat, for he was afraid of resting at night, lest one steal on him in the dark. Never did he take off his armor altogether, nor hang up his weapons. Turbulent was this Señor Aguirre, lover of broils and breeder of mutinies, enemy of all good men and deeds. All right, so this guy was really bad news. And you saw what he did. He killed the dude that was in charge and took over. These land pirates at last found their barkentine breasting the waters of the young Amazon. Here it was the villainous Aguirre, after another murder or two, who picked a quarrel with a young and beautiful Spanish widow, Doña Inés de Atienza, who had come with her lover, Don Pedro de Ursua, on this ill-starred and dangerous journey. The Doña must have been a brave woman, fit wife for a gallant Castilian or Navarrese hidalgo. Aguirre one dusky evening picked on the Doña as did the wolf on the lamb whose ancestor had, according to the wolf, robbed or injured him, on the pretext that her mattress took up too much room in the boat. Aguirre cut her throat. Oh, you guys hear what he did? After which he and his gang robbed and murdered a few score of Indians along the banks of the river. As the poet Castellanos wrote, fair Inez maids in grief and sorrow stark, strewed her long grave with leaves and flowers red as her gore, and on a mighty bowl they cut in bark, the name of her old Spain will see no more. On went Aguirre, the pitiless. He achieved the feat of crossing South America from west to east, though he was not the first to do so. All right, so this evil guy, right? Arriving on the shores of the Gulf of Paria, he sailed across to the isle of Margarita, where his devils cut Spanish throats, robbed honest men, raped pretty women, and roared defiance at the king in faraway Spain. Aguirre even went so far as to write to the king in old Spain a letter that would have done credit to the most republican-spirited British pirate in one of the Hanoverian George's days. And this is what he wrote, right? Listen to me, King of Spain, who has been very cruel and ungrateful to me and my compañeros for all the good services we have done thee. They who write thee from this land deceive thee, who sees things from too far off. He will obey thee and thy governors no longer. Remember, King Philip, thou hast no right to draw revenues from these provinces. Their conquest has caused thee no danger. I take it for certain few kings go to hell, only because they are few. If there were many, none would go to heaven. For I believe you are all worse than Lucifer. You hunger and thirst after human blood. I think little of you and despise you all. Your government is no more than an air bubble. All right, that's what he wrote. Aguirre then tells of the expedition, how the Frenchman, de Ursua, delayed building ships, and then had them made only in the wet Motiloni country. A year after the Virrey, the Marquis de Canete of Peru, sent him on the expedition to the Amazons, and he says, Ursua was in vain and capricious. The ships were built in the rainy season, and so they came to pieces, and we had to build canoes to descend the most powerful river in Peru. It seemed to us we were in a sea of a fresh water. For 300 leagues we went down that river. Ursua was a bad governor, and we killed him. We raised Don Fernando de Guzman to be our king, and because I would not consent to their evil deeds, they wished to murder me. So I killed him. His captain on his guard, Lieutenant General, his major domo, his chaplain, who said masses, a woman, a knight of the Order of Rose, an animal, two ensigns, and 5 or 6 of his servants. All right, he's here bragging all the people he killed. I named captains and sergeants, but I hanged them for wishing to murder me. All the course, evil fortune befell us. In 11 months and a half, we reached the mouth of the river, having traveled for more than 100 days over more than 1,500 leagues. This river had a course of 2,000 leagues of fresh water, and most of the shores are inhabited. God knows how we escaped from the terrible lake. I advise thee, O Philip, send no Spanish fleet up this ill-fortuned river, for if thou sendest 100,000 men, not one shall return alive or dead. We give thanks to our arms for what we may win, denied by thee, but I am a rebel against thee till death. So again, that's what he really wrote. Aguirre and his bandits next transported themselves ashore in Venezuela, where they went into the llanos, sacked farms, ravaged settlements, and generally turned the country upside down, till the country was roused and became too hot for them. The governor seduced the bandits' men with a promise of pardon, probably not kept, and then at his hacienda, one afternoon Aguirre was warned by his one faithful adherent, Lamoso, that soldiers were on the way to take him. Aguirre rushed into the bedroom of his 14-year-old daughter, a loaded arquebus, but it was probably a matchlock. In his hands, commend thee to God, my daughter. I am about to kill thee. It shall be in the power of none to point finger of scorn at thee and call thee daughter of a traitor. A black woman knocked up his arm, and the shot went wide. Aguirre snatched a poniard at his waist as he heard the clattering of hoofs in the patio and stabbed his daughter to the heart. Die as I die. He screamed, rushing to the door to find the farm surrounded, and himself seized by soldiers who hanged him or shot him at once. The spotlight on the moving picture of El Dorado history then switched from the Amazon country to the Orinoco, where the Carib Indians assured the Spaniards the real Dorado lay. In 1536, Pedro de Acosta saw all his men pushed into the cooking pot of upcountry cannibals. When he tried to resolve the riddle of the Orinoco El Dorado, he was followed a year later by that Don Diego de Ordaz, referred to Supra, who met Indians near the confluence of a river with the Caroni. All right, the Caroni, Cara, Caribs, Cara. They said it lay to the west of the mouth of the Meta, north of the Sierra Parima. The story took the usual form of great, closed nations with tons of gold, riding on animals smaller than stags. The Don himself found nothing, but it was one of his men, a mutineer, Juan Martinez, who years later told a queer and romantic story of his deathbed in a convent, about his adventures in the Golden City. While the Ordaz boats were near the mouth of the Caroni, Martinez had an accident with some gunpowder, which exploded all the ammunition of the party. The leader, de Ordaz, marooned Martinez. He caused him to be shoved in a canoe with no paddles or food, and let him drift at the mercy of the stream. Martinez drifted on the turbid waters into the romance of as fine an autobiographical novel as one might hope to read in any age of color and high emprise. Many months afterwards, a strange European man, emaciated and burnt black by sun and exposure, staggered out of the jungly forest into an Indian village, where the cacique detailed men to take him to the island of Margarita, of the northeastern coast of Venezuela. He was naked as he was born and sicker than any dog in the hungry town of Cordoba. Yeah, he knew what old Spain understands as the national disease, la hambre. Here, a good-natured Spanish captain of a ship took pity on him and rescued him off the beach. The strange man was shipped to Puerto Rico, where down and out and ill and worn he was charitably taken into a convent of the Dominican friars. He fell sick unto death, and after lapsing in and out of delirium, asked to speak to the prior of the convent, into whose astonished hands he poured out 2 gourds of gold beads, praying the black friars to say masses for his poor soul. He told the prior, between bouts of weakness and delirium, a romantic story. Your paternity, behold in me Juan Martinico, called Martinez. I had a misfortune with a flask of powder, which caused our captain, Don Diego de Ordaz, to ship me into a canoe and set me adrift at the mercy of the stream. The canoe floated down the river, and in the dusk of the evening, under the golden light of the stars, I, who had no paddles, waved a strip of shirt to some Indians on the other bank, who paddled out in their canoes and took me off. They were amazed at the sight of my light skin or white skin, he says. These Guiana Indios, for never before had they seen or known of European men. So they took me into the forest to their village to show me to their cacique as a strange being found in the river. I was blinded round the eyes with a strip of bark, like cotton cloth, so that I should not see where I went. On and on we went into the forest and across savannas. For 15 days we went, sleeping at nights in the dense forest, with a fire burning to keep off the prowling tigers or jaguars, right? Then one hot day, we climbed a high mountain, and by the sounds of the people around me, I guessed we were in a great city. They removed the bark bandages, and lo, I saw a wondrous sight. Far before me, as the eye could reach, stretched a great city of the plain, covered with many houses, whose roofs glittered in the blazing sun as if tiled with gold. There were great and splendid palaces and houses and mansions of great lords. In the middle of the great city lives a great and mighty monarch. But although we traveled the whole of that day after descending the mountain, we did not reach the royal palace till night had fallen. I was set free and fed well and treated kindly. I could walk about the great city, but not quit its limits. Here I stayed 7 months, and one day went down to the shores of this great lake on which this golden city they call Manoa stands. They let me take up its golden sands in my own hands. Rich pure gold sparkled in the sun, a ransom for a mighty kingdom, if so one could take it from the country. But desire to see my countrymen moved me sore, and I asked to be let leave, but was refused. I renewed my petitions many times, and at last the king let me go, warning me not to betray the secret of the location to any outside. And the king gave me as much gold as the guides could carry. After many days in the forest and mountains, we reached the banks of the mighty river, Orinoco. But one day, the cannibals who dwell round about here in the wood fell on our party, stole all the gold we had, except some we had hidden in the gourds under our provisions, and left us only with what we stood up in, to starve and wander on into the country. My guides returned to their own land, but I went on, enduring many hardships, hunger and thirst, and risking life from prowling Indians, till I was taken in an Indian canoe to Margarita. Your paternity, I am like to die before tomorrow's dawn, so I shall never see again old Spain, where to our Lord the King I had hoped to tell my story of golden Manoa. The story fell like a bar of gold, plop and plump, into the river of time, and the waves and rings rippled and increased in circumference, till they broke far away on the shores of old England. That story was fated to bring about the death of the headman's axe, years later in the Tower of London, of the gallant Englishman, Sir Walter Raleigh, who liked his pipe and tobacco and was detested by a Scottish pig and pervert and hypocritical barbarian fool, Jamie Stuart, who, like his descendant, Queen Victoria, abhorred tobacco and loathed smokers. It was in the time of the 36th Inca Huira Cocha Capa that the Peruvians decided to investigate the stories of El Dorado. When he was in Quito, the Inca heard of a warlike people who wore decent clothes and lived on the other side of the mountain ranges, which run from Santa Marta to the Straits of Magellan. He dispatched 6 captains with troops and ordered their route to be thrown or through the country called La Canela, the land of the Cofanis or Quijos Indians. Gonzalo Pizarro took that very route through the country of the cinnamon. Later in 1539, no doubt having heard in Quito something of the story of the Inca expedition of the recent past. The Inca expedition saw many peoples living in the dense forests on the eastern slopes of the great Andean Cordilleras and along the banks, barras, and beaches of mighty rivers. Many of the nations wore only their own hair as garments. A great battle took place, and a company of the Inca soldiers became lost in the forest and had to live on nuts and wild fruits. Núñez Cabeza de Vaca, Adelantado, provincial governor of Paraguay, sent Hernando de Rivera up the river Paraguay to visit the Yarayes, a tribe on a land occupied by the great prehistoric South American Sea of the Sarayes, somewhere in the region of El Gran Chaco. Rivera reached the middle of the country of the Urtueses, Indians, where he had the first news of the Amazons of Gran Paititi, and of a very rich country located somewhere in the unknown to the northwest. The rainy season came on, and sickness struck down the soldiers. A revolt of the expedicionarios forced Rivera to return to Paraguay in the early part of 1554. While the Spaniards were in the villages of the Urtueses and the Abureñas Indians, Rivera saw many caciques from interior villages who brought him feathers like those in Inca, Peru, ceremonials, and rudely made plates of metal called in Old Spanish chefalonias. Rivera talked with the caciques about the peoples in the interior. At Valladolid in 1515, Rivera swore a statement before an escribano, public notary, Pedro Hernandez. In this affidavit, he said, "The Urtuese Indians are brave men who till the land. I went from this place through an uninhabited country till I reached latitude 14 degrees 20, following the direction of the setting sun. This would be some way southwest of Cuyaba in the Brazilian Mato Grosso. Here the Urtueses and the Uburuñes Indians told me that 10 days' journey away to the northwest were women who had great towns with much white and yellow metal, that their chairs and seats, asientos, and household utensils were of this yellow metal, gold. Their ruler was a woman of the same nation. They are warriors, and much feared by the natives. Before reaching them, there is a nation of very small Indians who war on these women, and on my informant Indians too. At a certain time of the year, the women unite with their neighbors. If the children are girls, they keep them. If they are boys, they feed them until they are weaned, and then send them to the fathers. On the other side of the women's village are great populations of Indians. I did not have this information about the women because I had asked for it. The Indians told me these women dwelt on the banks of a very large lake, on the side where the sun went down. So they are to the northwest between the flanks of Mount Santa Marta and the lake which they call Casa del Sol, House of the Sun. Beyond these Indians and the women are very considerable nations of blacks, listen, of so-called blacks. The story of these Indians told me is that these blacks have long beards like the Moors. They have long beards like the Moors, these so-called blacks. Tenían barbas como aguileñas, like the Moors, that's what they call aguileñas. Hook noses a manera de moros, with the hook noses like the Moors. They knew they were black because their fathers had met them. And neighboring the set land are people who go close and who have houses and towns of stone and earth and are very big people with much white metal and yellow and such abundance that they use no other in their houses for their domestic vessels, jars, and ollas, which are very large. And they said more besides. The Indians signed that these blacks dwelled to the northwest, and if the Spaniards wanted to go there, in 15 days they would reach villages bordering the so-called black. So they're trying to say like the other Indians are not dark skinned, it's just different types of people, right? Different types of so-called black folks, melanated peoples. According to the signs they gave, I judged that the pueblos are located in 12 degrees latitude on the side to the northwest between the Santa Marta Mountains and the Rio Marañón, Amazon. They are warlike and fight with bows and arrows. Also in the northwest by north, the Indians say, are other great towns of Indians so large that in a day one could not cross from one side to the other. All these Indians have much gold and silver, and use it in their houses, and are all close, and they can reach there very readily and quickly by land all the way, which is very much populated. And on the side of the west Ribera shore or strand, there is a very large lake of water, so wide that one cannot see the land on the other side. And on the shore of the said lake are great close people, who have much metal and stones that shine brilliantly, relumbraban mucho, which stones they embroider in their clothes, and they take the stones from the lake. They have very large towns, and are all farmers with abundance of the necessaries of life. They raise many ducks and other birds. These towns lie 15 days from where I spoke with these Indians, my informants. There are good roads there when the waters are down, but at that time they were swollen with rains. We should have gone there, but were too few to accept the offer of the Indians to guide us through the wide lands thickly populated. The Indians also signed to us that west by southwest were large peoples with towns and houses of stone, and that they were very good people, buena gente, a decent folk, clothed and very rich with much silver and gold and large flocks of sheep, of very large size, shepherds, which they used in clearing and tilling the ground, as beasts of burden. They said that to reach this country, we should pass through the thickly populated territory and take little time. Between the said poblaciones were another Christian people, and there were great sandy deserts with no water. The Indians said they knew these were Christian people because in past times the Indians bordering them had heard the natives of the pueblo say that passing through the said deserts they had seen come many close people, white with beards, or whatever that means, and with animals that they signed with horses, and that because there were no waters, they had seen the people return, and that many of them had died, and that the Indians of the said poblaciones believed the people had come from the edge of the desert. They're saying white and black and using crayon colors, and this is what I'm saying. I wish we could actually read the primary sources they're quoting to see if exactly that's what they're saying. I don't think they used those terms back in the 1500s, or even older. And also they signed that on the border of the west and the southern quarter were great mountains where none lived, and that they had tried to pass because of the intelligence they had, that people lived on that border, but they had not been able to pass, dying of hunger and thirst. These Indians said they knew for a certainty that the other Indians of that country communicated with each other because they had talked with them and had seen the Christians' horses cross the desert over which they had traveled. Where the Sierras fell to the southwest into the lower lands, there were great towns and nations, very rich in gold. The Indians said they also knew that on the other side in the salt water, very large ships sailed, and all the nations and towns had only one ruler over them. I questioned each of the Indians apart in private for a day and a night to see if their stories varied, but after using different methods of inquiries, found their stories never varied or were discrepant. We get an account from another account from another account. Ribera placed his right hand on a missal and swore by God and Saint Mary and the four evangelists that all he had said was true and in good faith. The missal was open and held in the hands of Francisco Gonzalez Paniagua, and placing his right hand and making the sign of the cross, Ribera declared he had so been told by the chief and aged men about the interior of the country, testimony given mainly at Unatebere, a very large village. He also said the Indians assured him that the Rio Areati, Ica Areati, above the said mountains that were very high made a waterfall. By all that he hoped now and hereafter, Don Hernando swore, Amen. This testimony is signed and witnessed by Padre Pariagua, Sebastián de Valdivieso, Camarero, Chamberlain of the Governor, Gaspar de Ortigosa, and Juan de Joses, residents of the city of Córdoba, and the escribano Pedro Hernandez in the year 1555. All right, that account we just read of different peoples, right? Different looking peoples, not just thinking like black and white guys, like how we think black and white today. Different nations. This is the true old world. So of course we're gonna have different shades, different looking people, different phenotypes. All right, but again, this is what is being said. You know, he quotes a lot of these primary sources, and you can find all this stuff, guys, in these written accounts of these people. You know, in these books they wrote, which are 400, 500, 600, 700 pages long. But you might find this part he's talking about in one page. A very remarkable account of this Gran Paititi, of which Hernando de Ribera testified on oath in 1555, is given in a historical poem by Barco Centenera, which was published at Lisboa on the 10th of May, 1601. In it, Centenera seems to have been drawing on lost stories circulated by soldiers in the train of Hernando de Ribera about 50 years earlier. Gran Paititi, or Paititi, was located, it was supposed, to the north of a swamp in the country of the Charayes, which, as I have said, is in the region of the Gran Chaco, once the site of a very ancient sea, which was when the Atlantean Brazilians ruled their empire in old Brazil. Here we go, the Atlantean Brazilians. We was reading yesterday, right, about where the real Atlanteans and these mythological gods of Atlantis are coming from, right? The Atlantean Brazilians. There you go. Ruled their empire in old Brazil. It was said to be near the source of the Paraguay, where a king called El Gran Mocho ruled over immense riches. I here, for the first time in English, summarize what Centenera says. The Indian lived in a lagoon. All around were others and well-built and ordered towns. In the middle of the lake was an island on which were buildings of great beauty and splendor, beyond human understanding. The mansion of the Lord, the Gran Mocho, was built of white stone, right to the very roof. It had two very high towers at its entrance, and a stairway in the middle. At a pillar in the middle, on the right, were two live lions. They couched at its sides in chains, whose links were of gold. On the summit of the pillar, 25 feet high, shone a great moon. It illuminated all the lake, dispelling darkness and shadows by night and day, so that all appeared very bright. Past these towers you entered a small plaza, square, well squared, and the greater part of its expanse was fresh and cool with shady trees. In the middle of the plaza stood a fine mountain from which water gushed out in abundance. Its four conduits were of fine and thick gold. The throat of this fountain is more than 3 feet squared and seems made by more than mortal man. So great is beauty and perfection. In the utmost degree the silver shines, showing its fineness and loveliness. The water never diminishes in volume and force. Ever it gushes from the basin of the fountain. The gateway of the palace is small and of copper, but strong and well formed. Its hinges are sunk into the hard stone. Strong buildings are all around. There is an ancient gatekeeper, portero, in the middle of the towers, and the pillar, his knees prostrated. This old man raises his eyes to the moon, and in a savage voice proclaims, "Fall down and worship this. That alone is one, the sun, and there is none other than him." At the top of the temple, with a question mark, is an altar of fine silver, with 4 small lamps that burn at the side, and some never go out. 4 priests serve at the shrine. There is a sun more scarlet than a red cardinal's hat. It shines over all. The sun is of fine gold and is adored. The Gran Mocho is lord of these riches. He is valorous and noble, and has many strong vassals in his kingdom. To our hurt, not long ago, the fieriness of his arrows were experienced. To attain these riches, we have to conquer the Chiquitos on the frontiers of the land of the Gran Mocho, lord of the lagoon. So that was the account, right? We may comment that there is a very recognizable touch of great Atlantis about these lights of a moon that never goes out and the moats and towers in this queer city of the Gran Mocho, Lord of the Lagoon, who knows what of truth and actuality from the secret heart of all South America is crystallized in this story of the Gran Mocho. All right, parts of this again they're grabbing and making legends of Atlantis. That's what he's saying. Just what were Hernando de Ribera's soldiers told by the Urtueses and Aburuñas Indians on the upper reaches of the Paraguay in the year 1554. It is clear that a great deal has not come down to us. An old Spanish document in Peru tells about a Portuguese effort to find Gran Paititi in the early 17th century. There has arrived here in Quito, Padre Acuña, of the Western Indies. His coming has this purpose and motive, that some Portuguese seek to enter by the Rio Orinoco that flows by many miles into the northern sea opposite the shores of Trinidad of the Indies. They have ascended the river for many leagues, infinite in number, until they came near the lake called Paititi, and this the Lago de Parime. At last, they reached in sight of Quito in Peru, a journey never before attempted. The real audiencia is startled by this daring attempt, since they were enemies who desired to plunder one of the richest cities in all the Americas. The audiencia ordered them to return at once by the same route and forbade them ever again to navigate it. Padre Acuña adventured to come with them, and he noted the heights and hazards, the latitudes, boundaries, small bays, calas, gulfs, islands, and directions of routes on this journey. He has brought back a detailed itinerary, many strange races, tongues, savage dresses, and men never before encountered or imagined to exist. He says they passed 6 leagues from the country of the giants, where, notwithstanding, their statures were the same as that of the babies they suckled, and that stature is very tall and big. They have been ordered to reveal nothing, lest the enemies undertake to prosecute their navigation to a successful end. All right, so you hear that retelling of what they saw. You know, he's saying that the giants' babies were as tall as the actual average man in his expedition, or you know, and his size, right? The men he knew, normal size. Can you imagine that? Even in the days of fast modern transport, a land journey of close on 2,500 miles over dangerous and nearly unknown territory, right across Venezuela's Parima ranges into the Oriente of Colombia and Ecuador, right to the doors of Quito, on the Cordilleras of the Andes, would be deemed matter for remark and the news cables. These Portuguese explorers and the rare plucked on of a Jesuit padre had in them all the verse and daring of the valiant conquistadores on the El Dorado Trail. About 1575, Juan Don Toribio de Ortiguera, author of Noticias y Relación de Quito y del Río de las Amazonas manuscript, siglo that's 16th century, heard that in December 1569 here was still living in Quito an old Indian woman, Doña Isabel Guachay, who had accompanied the expedition of Inca Huira Capac to the country of the Cofanes, says de Ortiguera. So this is what I guess he got from her, right? The Inca troops entered by way of Chapi and Pamilone, 16 leagues northeast of Quito, and searched the provinces of Iques and Atunique, bordering each other. As the troops went, they cut roads through the forest, and in 6 days arrived at a valley of friendly Indians, wearing their hair on the top of the head tipped short, but very long before and behind. These Indians were clothed in mantles, knotted upon the shoulder, after the manner of gypsies, just like the gypsies, and short, full breeches. Their land is flat, hot, and grows maize, cotton, yuccas, squashes, sweet potatoes, turkeys, ducks. The men wear great plates of gold like shields, and the women many gold jewels. They shoot missiles with slings. Salt and cutting axes were all they wanted to barter from Huira Capac. Mines of gold had They, which they dug out with sticks cut from the wood, not having tools, but they got out much gold like squash seeds. In that valley is a river whose banks are thronged with Indians navigating canoes. Huida Capac erected stone-walled houses in the valleys and received the homage of caciques, 8 of whom he sent with 30 Indians to Cusco, there to learn the Quichua tongue. When the Spaniards came to the land, Inca Huida had died of smallpox, and the conquistadors were never able to see him and speak to him about his discoveries, so they did not visit the region in the forest, nor have they ever been able to find a way to it. It was Don Antonio de Berreo, fresh from the wars of Europe, who fairly set the Dorado ball rolling in the great palace of the Escurial in old Madrid. He wrote a letter to El Rey Don Felipe, who was then in the thick of preparing his grandiose armada to invade Old England, and who in consequence was interested in any way of financing his brawls that convulsed all Protestant Europe. Philip of Spain listened with all his avaricious, pious ears to this old soldier of the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V's wars. Barreo, born in Segovia in 1520, had heard in 1584 that beyond the Tunjan and the Cordillera of Santa Fe, the Bogota was a very large laguna on whose banks, or on the other side of which were great towns, having large populations and king with gold and precious stones. On May 24th, 1585, he wrote to Philip II of Spain. They say that in the Cordillera there is a very large laguna or lake, and that on the other side of it are great populations and many large towns with great riches of gold and gems. This may have been in the Sierra de Mapichi in Alto Orinoco, a province of southern Venezuela. Roundabout was one of the famous colonies of the South American fighting women, the Amazons, whose story I told in a previous chapter of this book. Berreo claimed that after starting out of Peru on the Pacific, he reached the mouth of the Rio Orinoco on the Atlantic in 1585 to 88, within 4 days' journey of the golden Dorado City, when hostile Indians forced him to turn away from the Promised Land. His story appears in the Spanish document cited in a British Museum manuscript of AD 1593. He tells of closed Indians. The land of Dorado is 11 days' journey from where the Spaniards arrived. They met Indians, who said there is a very large lake in what is called the land of Manoa. Manoa. Around are a vast number of closed people, towns and lords who arrived there 20 years ago. There are a multitude of people accounted with small bows, who fought with those of the lake and have been subduing the great part of these nations. I estimate there are 2 million Indians. The Great Lake is close to the Sierra, which is on the right hand, extending through Guyana, away from the Cordillera, which the Spaniards saw, and faces south. It is a land devoid of forests, a cold land, with pleasant and temperate valleys. A multitude of pueblos with great caciques is near the river, and all have one great lord whom they obey and revere. In that very year, 1593 to 94, Captain George Popham captured a galleon at sea and took of her a letter concerning Berreo's El Dorado, written by Don Domingo de Vera y Bargoyen, Maese de Campo, camp major or adjutant. April of 1593. On this 4th of May, we came to a province about 5 leagues thence, and the cacique Juan Renato met us in a friendly and peaceable manner. He entertained us in a very large house and gave us much gold. And the interpreter asking him whence this gold came, he said, from a province not a day's journey off, where there are so many Indians as would shadow the sun, and so much gold as all yonder plain will not contain it. In that country, when they enter into the borrachera, they take the gold and dust and anoint themselves all over to make braver shows, and to the end the gold may cover them, they anoint their bodies with crushed herbs placed on glutinous substance. They promised us they would if we went with them to this country, give us aid, but they were of such infinite number that if they set about us, they would kill us. They went to a certain place or down and pulled up the glass or grass by the roots, took the earth, put it into a great bucket which they carried, and washed at the river, and that which they got out in powder of gold they kept for the borracheras, and that which was in pieces they wrought into eagles. Borrachera in Castilian means a feast with drink or dancing. Borrachera means to get drunk, guys. That's what borrachera is. 3 days later, Siete de Mayo, Ibargoyen was in the valley de Santa Cruz, where the great town stretched for 5 leagues on either side. Here the cacique Carupano royally entertained the Spaniards. The cacique said the Eldoradans were Guyana, aquellos eran Guyana, and their country was about 50 leagues farther on. They were so many in number that they veiled the light of the sun. Being a fighting people, the Eldoradans warred on the many Indian nations around. Carupano then gave Ibargoyen a rather vague route to the land of golden warriors, past the Rio Marañón, or Amazon, through the country of the Piriami Indios, till you reached a great lagoon, salt which they call the sea. All around are many nations. Next to the lagoon rises the Rio Caroni. To the lagoon from Santa Cruz was 11 to 12 days' journey, and from it came a great many close people, and fought them above the lake region, and they conquered and lived among them. If the story were only half true, the strongest expedition of El Dorado hunters might reckon to have the devil of a time on the trail of this Orinoco, Guianan, Tom Tiddler's land. They would need all the masses said by Father Francis of the White Friary, together with anticipatory absolution of sins from Fray Dominic, of the devilish Black Friars, ere ever their tough carcasses and soiled souls entered or prematurely quitted this mystic warrior's country. Ibargoyen also heard of Indians, as many as be the grasses on ye ground, whose men have the points of their shoulders higher than the crowns of their heads, and had so many hands it was wonderful. These men wore eagles of gold hanging from their breasts, and pearls in their ears, and they danced, being all covered with gold. An Indian brought us an eagle that weighed 27 pounds of gold, which was proof that would in our day commend itself to a London or a Bond Street jeweler and vassal of the Medici, with the 3 balls, who advertised for all with gold to hash and exchange it for Bank of England currency paper. I may, however, interpose a word of comment. Ibargoyen, like de Berreo, writes a very confused story. Topographically, it is easy to understand how the old cartographers were misled into locating the mystic Lake Dorade or Lake Parime, the great salt lagoon they call the sea, and the Guianas, or what today would be somewhere on the borders of eastern Venezuela and British Guiana, possibly north of Mount Roraima, the ancient tree. Probably the Serra Parima was much nearer the El Dorado of Berreo and Ibargoyen. It is hard to resist the conclusion that de Berreo and Ibargoyen were unconsciously speaking of 2 widely separated and different Dorados. De Berreo's El Dorado is remarkably like that of Gunner Boson Martinez of the Diego de Ordas expedition, or the El Dorado of the noble Omaguas. Maybe the confusion arose in part owing to the Spanish or native Indian confusion of the colonial outpost of the Amazon women on the borders of Venezuela, Guyana, and Brazil, with their old original homeland close, as will be seen in this book, to the mysterious country of El Gran Paytiti. As a matter of fact, Raleigh's Golden Manoa never did exist in the Guianas of the old Spanish jurisdiction. It lay far to the west, somewhere in the foothills of the Rio Amazonas Marañón, a fact suggested in that a tribe of Indians associated with ancient writings of unknown origin and living near the Rio Ucayali in northern Peru bore the name of Manoa. Gold and plenty was there. The story even impressed those cold-eyed, hard-boiled, unimaginative Castilian gentlemen, reverend señores who sat on the Sierra de Guadarrama, oaken benches of the stone house of the Council of the Indies, far away in old Spain. For in 1595 to 96, so I read in the archives at Seville, the council señores even dispatched Flemish flyboats with an expedition of tough Castilian gentlemen in them to seek this El Dorado, where gold outshone the sun and the pearls transcended the dreams of a Red Sea fisherman. Their destination was the lake of Parima or Parime, that most elusive sheet of golden water which neither this Flemish flyboat expedition nor any of their successors on the trail were destined to attain. Indeed, how many ill-starred El Dorado expeditions, many of them meeting tragic fates, started out on this heartbreak quest to this Orinoco Trapalanda? Since Berreo's day, none know exactly. Yet I may say I have unearthed at least 30 archival accounts at Seville. All nations were lured to this honey pot like wasps to ripe plums in the summer time. Many expeditions never returned, not even by one man, from the forest into which they plunged. They left not even a skull with black or reddish hair adhering, or a gnawed thigh bone to suggest the grim explanation of the mystery. In the more fortunate cases, nostalgic dons and tough Spanish infanteria may have been adopted as mascots or medicine men by remote tribes who found them wandering, lost in the unknown wilds. Sickness broke them up, and permanently ruined health was often the guerdon of the rudest and most robustious of adventurers. There was a there was Don Juan Cortezo, whom Doña Juana and old Spain never saw again in life. He set out for the Golden Land, but neither he nor his comrades were again heard of in the frontier settlements and Guianan and Venezuelan pueblos. Gaspar de Silvia and his two hopeful brothers were inspired to set forth, but they came back to Trinidad, broken, famished, disillusioned, and cursing Berreo and Don Domingo on their deathbeds. Jeronimo Hurtado, what luck had he? Great travail and sore famine in the back country of the Orinoco. He saw none of the men gold whose multitudes did veil the light of the sun at noontide, and having spent all his patrimony and others' funds in aid, he returned and lamenting like his Jewish namesake, Jewish crypto Jew, like I said, so-called Spanish, right? Died on a siding in San Domingo. Even a reverend friar, one Fray Francisco Ayala, was bitten by the El Dorado bug. He and a friend and a few Indian guides were among the lucky ones. Verily must his influence with the Madonna or his especial patronal saint have been exceptionally good and strong, for he and they returned to Guyana with gold eagles, idols, and other jewels. But risking his luck a second time, the father was carved up by the Indians on the Lone Trail. There were cynics in Santa Fe de Bogota and Cartagena who said that Father Ayala had come short in his ex voto promises of Our Lady of El Dorado. The friar was followed by Don Alonso de Herrera, who suffered great misery and never passed by so much as a league of Old Castile into the country of the Golden Lake. He was slain by waiting Indians on the trail. Antonio Sedeno at first had better luck, finding much gold and many Indian prisoners, whom in the good old conquistadorian manner he fettered and manacled foot and neck, and who many of them dropped dead on the way. The camp following tigers, jaguars, right? This is every time that the Spanish were calling the jaguars tigers, guys. In Spanish, they would call them tigres. They had no name for them. They were calling them tigres. So that's why right here you see the camp following tigers or jaguars in parentheses grew satiated with Indian flesh, and fancying a chance of diet, jumped out one night in the wood on the Spaniards, who had great difficulty in beating them off. As for Sedeno, did he not die within the bounds of the Golden Empire of Orinocan El Dorado, was buried and most of his men with him? Then came Agostino Delgado, to an Indian cacique, who treated him magnificently, bestowed on him rich jewels and 6 seemingly slaves, and for that Agostino's nights were lonely, gave him into the bargain 3 lovely, lustrous-eyed maidens for his bachelor bed, to which the generous cacique added bounties of 6 pretty pages and 10 young slaves, and the indecent Spanish señor requited his kind host by stealing all the gold he could find, manacling all the Indians, and would have taken the cacique's golden hat into the bargain had not an enraged Indian with bow and arrow sent Delgado, with only one eye, the eye he did not shoot out, into purgatory, Satan refusing to admit such an old Spanish swine into the other place. So basically, he got murdered. And I remember in 1934, looking in the old colonial Spanish cathedral of Cristobal Colon in the Dominican city of Ciudad Trujillo, at a late 16th century tomb, under the flagstones of which, I imagine, must lie the bones of some hidalgo of old Hispaniola, who lived to return from the El Dorado trail. This saddened hidalgo wrote his own epitaph, a melancholy inscription in sonorous Castilian to which no Eldoradan or modern treasure hunter has ever paid or will pay any heed. And it said, Señores, I have had my days, have ended my course. Hope and fortune remain to seek, others to mock. Men who return from the quest with ill-gotten gold, won from other rufflers by treacherous point of sword or dripping poniard, not seldom live to be hanged on old Castilian gallows in Merida, Caracas, or Santa Fe, as land pirates and mutineers. As for the Indians who were carried off as slaves, not Africans, Indians as slaves, whose gold ornaments were stolen, provision grounds and plantations fired and robbed, whose forest tracts were strewn with corpses of the murdered, with long or lone mounds in jungle glades, marking the graves of the European murderers. They reacted according to whether they were Indios, Mansos, or Bravos, tame or fighting Indians. The Bravos shot holes in the hides of the looting rufflers and raping blackguards, and if they were not too ill-favored or emaciated, doubled up their sallow carcasses and rammed them into the cooking pots. These had otherwise been too narrow in diameter to accommodate the tall meat and Castilian or Old German long pike. All the Indios, Mansos, could do was, if warned in time, to burn the plantations and villages and take to the bush, or if taken unawares and lugged off to slavery, to die in their tracks in the evening and stink the Castilian captors out of tent and thatched palm shack before the dawn rose on the Alto Orinoco. There is a manuscript in the Hans Sloane collection in the British Museum which shows the reaction of Elizabethan Protestant Englishmen to the stories of the cruelties perpetrated on the Indians by the Spanish Papists. The writer is not certainly known, but may be Sir Walter Raleigh. Says he, these Spaniards have in 100 years past killed 20 million of reasonable creatures, Indians, 20 million Indians, and now the Queen Elizabeth of England will not be persuaded that now at length the great judge of the world has heard the sighs and groans, lamentations, tears, and blood of so many millions of innocent men, millions, listen, women and children, afflicted, robbed, revealed, branded with hot irons, roasted, dismembered, mangled, stabbed, whipped, racked, scalded with hot oil, sweat and hogs, grease, put to the strapado, ripped alive, beheaded and sport, drowned, dashed against the rocks, famished, devoured by mastiffs, burned and by infinite cruelties consumed by that accursed nation, and revenge whereof their own religious men do make a compt that the just God in judgment will one day horribly chasten and peradventure wholly subvert and root out the Spanish nation from the world. All right, yeah. You see how many millions, 20 million they're saying? Did they all die, or did half of those or even most of those get enslaved? Huh? And then got sent to other parts of America and then called Negroes or Africans, huh? There, Theodore de Brie, writing at Frankfurt in 1596, even cites a tradition sworn to by Don Antonio de Berreo, of all men, that England was destined to turn back the clock and restore the lost glories of the Incas. He says, I take God to witness that Don Antonio de Berreo affirmed to me, and in like manner from another he has heard, that particularly in one of their temples, among other prophecies which speak of the loss of the kingdom, this truly may be, that it is said that the Incas or emperors and kings of Peru may be brought back again into their realm by another people called England. What adds to the mystery of this Inca temple prophecy is another old Inca tradition, which to this day has never been cleared up. It was that in the 12th century AD, an English sailor was wrecked on the coast of Peru, and when he was coming ashore, dripping from the Pacific surf, there met him on the beach an Inca prince, who asked him in the Quichua tongue, "Who are you?" The sailor, a young and handsome fellow, replied in English, "I am an Englishman." Thereafter the prince called him Ingasman Capac, handsome Englishman. Why is he calling him handsome? And he became known as Inca Manco Capac. Of course, Manco Capac in the old Inca tradition was a member of the ancient white blue-eyed Atlantean race of High Brazil. All right, so Dash the hijack, we got drawings of him, dark-skinned. Of course, he's going to try to make Manco, this is the founder of the Incas. Again, this author and all these Atlantis researchers, you know, they're very biased. They want to make all the ancient civilized people of the world so-called white, because of course it could never be a melanated person that was civilized, right? They're the savages. They're doing the same thing that the conquistadors did when they're writing these books, guys. So I didn't know they were going to say that this English sailor was Manco Capac, and he became known as Inco Manco Capac, right? Now he's saying he was from the Atlanteans, or that we can go with. Who's the Atlanteans? Was that in Central America? Of High Brazil. Countryman with Quetzalcoatl and Bochicha and Viracocha, who gave civilized customs and the elements of culture to the barbarian or savage ancestors of the Inca Peruvians. All right, so again, there is no written primary accounts from those times saying that Quetzalcoatl or Manco Capac or any of these Bochica are blue-eyed. All right, guys, like this is him just saying that, this right here. At the beginning of the 17th century, as the Archivo Gral de India Sevilla records, an attempt was made to storm El Dorado from the province of Nueva Granada, Colombia, when Don Fernando de Oruña reports home to the Council of the Indies in 1601. From the city of Arias, I sent Captain Martin Gomez with more than 100 men and 200 horses, the men armed and equipped to fit out twice their number, to go and enter the provinces nearest the greatest rocks, Peñoles, where according to the accurate information we possess, he was to enter and discover the land that was given to us so much trouble, 1,400 leagues away, and 200 leagues from the great rocks. The Spaniards made 5,000 to 6,000 Indians and fought with them, but afterwards they would not tell the Spaniards how to cross the rocks and ranges to El Dorado. Gomez was forced to retreat, and Captain Don Fernando de Oruña tried hard to find a path on foot across the ranges to El Dorado. He found that the ridges were thickly populated with very warlike Indians to whom the Spaniards gave a good drubbing, yet in the end the Spaniards had to come away, lean, emaciated men with famished horses and carrying 112 to 114 wounded. I went from the city of Santo Tomé for 230 leagues, but could find no pass by which to cross the ranges. The riches of the place were all the time very present to my mind, but the land is so barren and uneven that we could not continue except at the cost of man's life. The governor of Nueva Andalusia, the northwest coast of Colombia, Don Diego de Suarez de Amaya, sent a letter to the King of Spain on 10th of August 1602, in which he said, "It seems that Dorado can never be found. The want of food is the greatest obstacle to the crossing of the ranges. The Indians thereon live on roots. The soldiers are sure beforehand they will meet only with a new disappointment in trying to cross the ranges in order to find El Dorado, which, however, in the coming summer they intend to do so. The doors of this document is noted. Examined on the 10th of March 604, no action required. Filed with the papers of El Dorado. Follows the king's signature with a regal flourish. It was easy to take it in that nonchalant way, when it was not your royal or hidalgo carcass whose ribs would knock again your backbone on the road to El Dorado. But on went the search for El Dorado. No matter how many disillusioned old Castilian hidalgos might carve melancholy or cynical epitaphs on tombstones and churrigueresque cathedrals of the Spanish Main and Indies, the glowing fires of the sun of Peru passed into the dying west, but the mystic sheen of the gilded man did not want for 2.5 centuries later. By the penultimate and the last decades of the 18th century, monks, the superior and the brethren of the Capuchin order of Barcelona, became involved in an acrimonious dispute with the colonial military and the Audiencia of Santa Fe de Bogota over the upshot of one expedition to the elusive Golden Lake of Parime. The Audiencia of Nueva Granada, modern Colombia and Venezuela and Guyana, advised the king in Old Spain to forbid wandering explorers and adventurers from seeking El Dorado. It had now become an affair of state, and on which the grave council of the Indies and Attorney General advised the crown in Madrid. Fray Salvador de Cadiz and other Spanish friars addressed a memorial to the King of Spain in 1722, describing the site of the riches of El Dorado, while in 1730 the Capuchin missioners in Venezuela demanded an expedition to prove the truth of the convincing details they had added, on the word of Indians and Roman friars. The demand was backed by the vice prefect of the Capuchin friars, full of zeal for souls and holy gold. 2 monks went to Old Spain. They were the monk Salvador and the friar Bartolomé de San Miguel, and asked an audience with the king. He, Fray Salvador, was told that Don José Patiño, president of the Casa de Contratación, would report to the king what the monks had to say. Here is what the monks fresh from Caracas said about the El Dorado behind the skyline of the far-rolling forest of the Orinoco. I have for the first time in any English publication translated these documents from the crabbed and old-fashioned Spanish and the verdigris cajones of the Archivos de Indias at Sevilla. All right, so this is one thing about the book I give the guy props on. This is, I believe he wrote this in the 1940s. So, a lot of this stuff is in Spanish. He's literally translating this for the first time in English. The Indians jointly say to the petitioners that they know from the information of their ancestors where, with little error, diferencia, the place of El Dorado lies, where is to be found much gold, and though the missioners do not seek gold more than the souls that are there, in so great numbers, nevertheless, your petitioners do not despise the information that comes from so many well-grounded testimonies in the provinces of Caracas, Itambién, and Hasanan, all which may be of consequence to your majesty. Indians had come in with their babies for baptism and were questioned by friars. The place they inhabited was most delightful, with a temperate climate, among middling hills that rose in a very spacious valley which seemed to be seen indistinctly from the summit of a mountain, and is the valley between Rio Apure and the Rio Guarico. The land was fertile, the water abundant, and would make an excellent colony. Apart from finding El Dorado, the Orinoco lands are the best in the Americas. All right, that's from the Archivo Gran de India Secretaria de Nueva. All right, that's from a real historical writing. The project was left to the Spanish mañana, failing the money of any independent adventurer who would share with the crown of Old Spain on the very venerable heads, I win tails, you lose principle. 8 years passed, and then another friar of the Capuchin missions of Caracas, no less than the principal Fray Marcelino de San Vicente, wrote a long but interesting memorial telling the Spanish authorities how to reach El Dorado of the Orinocos. The monks referred to the vain labors of General Felipe de Urre von Hutten, who failed to find the mysterious mansion of the sun, La Casa del Sol, as the Indians call the Golden City. Yet difficult as was the project, in the monks' judgment, the Indians all spoke the truth about this El Dorado. The derrota of Felipe de Urre shows the way to El Dorado, but my incapacity, they did not indicate the distance nor the difficulty that would be encountered in so remote and uncultivated a country, and that it would be necessary to conquer the Indians of the poblaciones, native towns. For those who attempt this task, the discovery cannot be made until the conception of the Dorado is understood, in the idea that it is only imaginary cast away. The monk piously asked that God must approve the quest, or it must fail. But if he meant the God of the Indians, surely he had hardly been encouraged to smile on the treasure hunting expeditions of good and bad Catholics of Spain and the Indies. And he goes on continuing, saying, since I came to these missions of Venezuela in the year 1699, hearing many times the El Dorado of India spoken of, I questioned the Reverend Padre Fray de Bella, founder of these missions, in the year 1658, and he told me he knew of an Indian that was in the pueblo de nuestro Señor San Francisco, whose Indians were converted from heathenism, and the Indian was crafty, era ladino, sagacioso, and told of his hardships, trabajos, that he had endured, and he told the Padre Fray de Bella that the Caribs had captured the Indians and sold them to El Dorado for gold, and that after 3 summers his kinsmen were ransomed. Asked what was El Dorado like, the Indians said it was a very wide savanna, level plain, with a great many people, and abundance, and much fertile land, and that they lived in the open air, y los echaba al aire. When they went to war, the Indians wore a breastplate. Asked by the father, whence do they get the gold for their chagualas? The Indians said, al decretet, at the rear of the savannah is a serrania ridge of mountains, and when the sun rises, all the range appears like a candle, candela. Said the padre, how is it like a candle? The Indio said, look, I place my 2 fingers and thumb together. The padre went on to say, so the gold plate ingots come thence like the thumb and 2 fingers, and the Indian gets his gold breastplates thence? Si, senor. Then the padre said to me, I believe him knowing they wear a sort of corselets, and he went on with the catechism. You reached the El Dorado by way of the Rio Grande, Orinoco, said the Indian, and about noon you come to where another river joins the Orinoco on the farther bank, and presently on the bank of the other river there appear many Indians and abundance on rich land, copia preñados de tierra. After ascending the river, you come on the great savanna with the serranita that appears like a candle. It is 2 moons away from the mouth of the Rio Grande. The friar wrote all this down like a good man whose soul had a religious realization that gold was the root of all evil. Only if Holy Church, Our Lady Mary, the Immaculate Virgin, and Father Peter could not get enough of it. And he told the other Capuchin monk, when I returned to Spain in 1701, I left the account in Seville in the archives of the missionaries, who handed it over to the Reverend Fray Arcadio de Orima, procurador of the missions. Fray Marcelino de San Vicente tells the Council of the Indies that he himself had diligently questioned all Indians coming and going about this El Dorado, and in affidavit 23 of his examinations had set down what follows. In 1720, Capitan Ignacio Sanchez and others went to the islands of the Apure, Venezuela, and left us some Acaqua Indians, bred in the mission of the Rio de Cosode, whom we were to bring into contact with their kinsfolk, that they might procreate children. These Achaguara Indios are confederates of the Caribs, and have fought with and beaten them back and settled in Cosidi. Their captain, Cacique Don Cristobal, showed great kindness to Captain Ignacio Sanchez, who logged in the same pueblo, or lodge, and many times said to him, I see thou art not well off in this world's goods, friend. Bethink thee and come with me and others, my kinsfolk, to the other side of the river Orinoco, and thou must take with thee many glass beads, knives, drinking vessels, and other things, and thou wilt take back with thee not a little gold, for I have comrades on the other side of the Orinoco, where we and others join together to fetch and carry securely. This story of bartering, as will be seen, curiously tallies with another story told of another of the South American El Dorados in this chapter. Sanchez asks the cacique, but the Indians, will they not know I am white or European? The cacique, bethink thee, when we go to that land, thou wilt dress as we do and have color we have. Do you guys hear that? That's a major drop right there. So how would they not know I'm European or so-called white? He said, don't worry, you're gonna dress like us, and we do have the same color. We do have, as the Indian, the Spanish, right? As the Indians, we have the same color as the other guys. Nobody's gonna notice anything. We're all melanated. Thou needst not fear, for our Indian comrades, and we will sell them the beads and other things and take the gold. They give much gold for the things in our canoes. We have other nations to pass ere we reach above the Orinoco, that land of the Dorado, but they are all our comrades. Sanchez found that the cacique was resolute and a fighting man, who had a wife and children in the pueblo. The cacique, with a shrewd knock at Spanish avarice, went on. When thou fetchest away the gold, thou mayest not say that thou wilt take much, but only a little. Thereby they will not take thee as more European than we are. Fray Marcelino then resumes his own part in the story. So he's blending in, huh? And so, as the Indian asserted, El Dorado lies on the other bank of the Orinoco, a land of much gold. This past year, AD 1726, in January, I, having gone to the other bank of the Orinoco, we caught the Mapoye Indians that had before come to settle in the pueblo de la Santísima Trinidad de Calanzo del Rio Guarico. And they had begotten children who are Christians, and their cacique Imayure had a piragua badly damaged at the stern. He told us it was damaged when he was unexpectedly attacked on the other bank of the Orinoco, and he entered the Orinoco because the current there runs strongly, and rocks are many, and he was not able to hold back the boat from a rock. And they were ill-treated by the Caribs, who eat human flesh. Touch the hijack. An Indian lad named Otomaco was trading along that river, and he told me it took 2 moons to make the return journey to and from El Dorado. He told me the Mapoyes live on the other bank of the Orinoco, opposite the Coca, that flows into Orinoco, by the third arm of the Rio Apure, and from this mouth to the Coca take a month, and going and returning take quite the 5th part of 2 months. And the Indians said it took a month to go from the mouth of the Rio Grande to El Dorado. The monk Marcelino added that on 3rd March 1728, an Indian slave, Domingo, who had gone on the trail with the Caribs, was met and told Fray Tomas de Ponte, a Capuchin monk, how Caribs came to be carrying gold up the Rio Grande that falls into Orinoco on the other bank. There is a great highland, says the Indio, and a day's navigation from where the highlands are joined to the mouth of the river. I came to a waterfall that all canoes must ascend with ropes, and that was where the cacique's piragua was damaged, adds the friar. And then there was no hindrance, and here were the Macuacme and Penecho Indians that accompany the Caribs from this pueblo in the year they go to El Dorado. They get the gold for bartering in exchange, hammocks, knives, coleta, beads, and pins, pernos, for earrings. The Capuchin asked the Indians, how much gold came thence? The Indian replied, mucho de oro, stretched out his arms more than half a yard, and said a piece of that size. And the Indios give much. I, the Capuchin speaking, asked the Indian if he knew where the tribes got the gold. He answered, no, padre, because they get it out themselves, and we buy it from them. It takes more than 2 moons to go and return. I know the way there from the Rio Grande and from the mouth to the Cerro Grande highlands. The Caribs take the gold they get to the flamencos, Dutch, that are located below them. The Indians of the Dorado do not want the Caribs to come there and take the gold to the river. To clinch the matter, the Capuchin friar suggested that an expedition seeking this El Dorado, could navigate from the soil of Guyana or Trinidad right to the Rio Abeta Meta. And the soldiers taking the direction to the Meta may encounter the mouth of the Rio de Casanare that falls into the same Meta. And by the Casanare, the soldiers will reach the missions of the Society of Jesus and thence go by land to Santa Fe de Bogota. But it will not be easy to keep hold of this land of El Dorado when found, for it will need many king's soldiers to garrison the country and pacify the many Indians that are there, and to prevent the other nations of Europe, after the knowledge of the discovery of El Dorado once gets out, from using their power to possess it. This would seem to place El Dorado somewhere in still unknown provinces of Meta or Cundina, Marca, or Boyacá, in the Oriente of Colombia, all of which territory is still a blank on the most modern maps of the region. The friar suggested establishing forts and garrisons on the Isla de Trinidad de Barlovento to help subdue the 3,000 and more wild Caribs on the mainland of the Orinoco. Also, the Hollanders, have sold firearms and ammunition to the Caribs, who give them captured Negroes for cultivating land. What? And as the news is, opposition might be looked for from the joint Hollanders of the Fort de Castillo, Guyana, and Caribs, because of a successful El Dorado expedition would put a stop to the traffic of selling captured Indians as slaves to other islands. All right, again, Indians as slaves, not Africans. Indians to where? To other islands. Where? Santo Domingo, Jamaica. Oh, they weren't coming from Africa. This is what I've been trying to tell you guys and showing you guys. I've shown you the sources, as well as the gold. So Indians and gold by the Caribs. The Caribs are selling this, what they captured to the plantations and other islands. The Reverend Friar again adds that he has set all this down for the honor and advantage of our Lord, the King, who may God guard. And if so many souls may be won, then the settlement of Estibes from the Orinoco to Brazil may all live to the glory of God and the salvation of men. Amen. I have written this in the pueblo of La Santísima Trinidad de Calanazo, Calaboca, in another letter, del Rio Guarico, 5th of March, 1728, Fray Marcelino de San Vicente, unworthy Capuchino Ralicedo, Reverendissimo Padre. He had a reply dated 22nd April 1730 from his most loving servant and friend, Don Lopez Carillo, Governor of Venezuela, waiting from Caracas y Erreco. His hand is kissed, his health is drunk, his happiness prayed for by a man who would doubtless rather have kicked his reverend backside to Hades. His Majesty and old Spain will surely be informed of his reverend's ardent zeal. But as the information about the discovery of El Dorado has been so often repeated and is so old, it is very remiss of your reverence not often repeated it and is so old. It is very remiss of your reverence not to have named to me the persons known to be fit for this undertaking. I cannot decide on such an undertaking, but all must rest on the will of God. The Reverend Padre replied that he had spent 31 years in the province of Caracas in the missionary vineyard, so that he had traveled all its wilderness. I have been told that the principal nation of the Rio Dorado, speaking the Achaqua tongue, a certain European people, and warlike populations of traders that can be no others than the Dutch of Carinama, that live in the villages lower down by the mouths of the Orinoco. I excuse the captain's name from making to verify the information brought by the Indians, because they are much the customs of the Chacuas and Guayaguires we have in our pueblos. At this point, the author of this book feels impelled to comment that monks, travelers, explorers, officials, and administrators in Spanish South America usually identify these strange European South Americans with lost Spanish adventurers of on the El Dorado Trail, or with stranded Dutch Hollanders or straight Englishmen. So when they're saying, oh, they got white people living with in the jungle, or they're finding these are just Europeans they're talking about. That's the hijack with the white. They just call them white in this book. They didn't call them white in the original primary sources. But these were people that had gotten lost looking for this mythical city, been stranded there. You know, a Dutch. Who's the so-called Dutch? Remember, Sephardic using Moors, most of them, a lot of them, so-called English, you know, so-called Spanish. Who are they specifically, individually, the people they're talking about, and look up their ethnology. You'll see who they really are. So that's who they're talking about here. But as will be seen later in this chapter, they were more likely descendants of one of the ancient. Look at what he's trying to say. Now, this is his opinion. He's trying to say that ancient white races of mysterious. Oh, maybe they're just what white races? He's trying to make the Atlanteans and all the civilized people of the ancient antediluvian world also called white. And we got to dodge the hijack. You know, again, it got that Robert Zephyr syndrome. The Reverend Frel advised the Spanish king to send 200 well-armed single youths from old Spain who would marry the Indian women of the pueblos that might be pacified on the borders of the El Dorado country. Then it may be possible in short time to discover the Dorado. Notwithstanding my age of 74, I would willingly fare forth with the mission to these Indians, with robust courage on foot, sleeping on the hard ground when necessary. His reverence, it will be seen, was a man of spirit in the cause of the Lord and his army. The Real and Superior Consejo de las Indias, the Royal and Superior Council of the Indies, received the petition, but made no resolution about the affair of El Dorado, except the usual one of Mañana. So the Reverend Padre again petitioned the crown through the governor of Venezuela, who had probably damned the project with faint praise and cold Castilian water. He asked Don Lopez Carillo y Andrada to send an expedition into the interior to solve the truth of the story. He also suggested the names of 4 Spanish officers to lead it and pacify the frontier Indians. He even offered to go with it and sent a royal cedula of 5th August 1702, wherein his Spanish Catholic and Royal and Imperial Majesty had at the cost of the Royal Exchequer constructed and fitted out 4 ships to provide an escort for the misioneros, capuchinos. Home, in faraway Spain, the Attorney General hummed and hawed, exactly as if he had been legal advisor to the old British Board of Admiralty, pretending to deliberate on sending a king's ship to search an old pirate island. The Council of the Indies gravely yawned in their beards and wore on the margin of the document: El Consejo resolverá junio 17 de 1731. Finally, the board, Señores, sent the monk his answer via the governor of Spanish Venezuela. Informed the monk that his memorial and letters are under consideration and that certain persons are being asked for information on this subject, which will be communicated to the council for their better knowledge in this important matter, and send a copy of this letter to the Audiencia de Santa Fe de Bogotá, modern Colombia, charging it to procure more reliable and fuller details from the monks of the Compañía and the missions of the Llanos de Casanares, and from other persons, that they will be good enough to send better reports, and in the result will express their proposals or suggestions in this affair. Resolverá, in the margin, señores, Silvia, Zúriga, Machado, Pedrosa, Montemayor, Sopeña, Verdes, Alarcón, Alren. So that was that. But had Francisco Pizarro deliberated in that way, the English or the Dutch would have added old Peru of the Incas to their empire. It is clear from this letter of decision that the El Dorado the Capuchin monks had in mind lay not in Guyana or Orinoco, but in what is now the still unexplored Oriente of modern Colombia. Yet deliberate as the Council of the Indies might in old Spain, the El Dorado ghost still walks the llanos of old Venezuela and the Rio Orinoco. The Capuchin monks did not let their Dorado project drop, for another Spanish governor, Don Luis de Unzaga y Mesaga, governor of Caracas, had in June 1778 to report to the king in Old Spain about an expedition to Lake Parima and El Dorado and the charges against the Capuchin missioners on its failure. Fray Mariano de Sabadell, prefect of the Capuchin missions at Caracas, and the monks refuted the charges that they hindered the El Dorado expedition. In the archives at Sevilla, Old Spain, is a report from Don Vicente or Vicente Diaz, lieutenant of infantry, commanding the expedition to El Dorado and Lake Parime, dated 14th of June, 1778, from Caracas. It speaks of the notorious disaffection and pernicious influences of the Capuchin monks, missioners in Venezuela. The charges and the monks' counter-charges had been remitted to the Viceroy and the Audiencia at Santa Fe de Bogotá, in Nueva Granada, Colombia. The monks charged the commandant of the El Dorado expedition, the Don Vicente Diaz de Fuente, above mentioned, with taking without her husband's permission an Indian wife, whom he met on the trail. An Indian's wife, whom he met on the trail and used to gratify his lust. It is the usual interference by European men with native women which starts 3 parts of the trouble in Indian territory. But when did military invaders ever ask permission of the bull to roll the cow over on the common? The Indians said the monks naturally urged his fellow Indians to kill the invading Spaniards. How could that be the fault of the Capuchin missioners? Fuentes' men had also taken other Indian women and raped or lain with them. The Spanish commandant replied that the missioners had not furnished the provisions, Indian carriers, and canoes that were necessary, and agreed. The Reverend Prefect retorted that the monks had cooperated, providing Indians with canoes to go up the Rio Caroni, and cheese and cassava bread. In fact, one padre at a pueblo had killed all his herds of hogs to feed the hungry Spanish soldiery, and had handed over fodder, rice, cassava, and store of fresh, with or without paternal blessings. 50 herds of hogs by Saint Cadaros had been killed, and Indians lent to porter the baggage to the poblacion of Guinor, and yet all this anti-clerical detraction. It was audacious, added the Reverend Capuchin Prefect, that anyone should say that his monks or the carriers of the mission reductions had urged other Indians to kill the Spaniards as they went up the rivers towards the Meta. No one with experience of monks would believe it. Indeed, the commandant Don Vicente had even gone so far as to suggest that the monks ought all to be fettered and manacled and shut up in the stone prison of Angostura. Missioners who had been the subject of approbation and royal cedulas of past years. We deserve praise, not this blackening deposition of despicable character, ended his reverend paternity, Fray Mariano de Sabadell. It also appeared that the Capuchin monks feared that the taking of many Indians from their reductions on an El Dorado expedition would leave them open to attacks from hostile Caribs on the frontiers of the unknown. Moreover, the governor of Guyana had not carried out the orders of the Viceroy at Santa Fe de Bogotá to provide a corporal and 25 soldiers to garrison their mission pueblos. Don Manuel Centurion, commandant of Guyana, reported home to the Spanish Secretaría de Guerra on the 20th of December 1776 about a project to found a garrison on the shores of the Lago de Parime to protect the riches of that El Dorado from foreign interlopers and adventurers, principally Portuguese from Brazil and Dutch from Guyana. Centurion made a minute in Guyana on the 20th of December 1771, stating that a capitaneje had come from Lago de Parime, offering to guide the Spaniards to the shores of the lake and the hill called Dorado, saying that in the mountain there are everywhere seen pyramids of gold, and that the neighboring Indians carefully guarded from the Caribs and other Indians who traded with the Hollandeses, or the Dutch, so-called Dutch, and the Portuguese. Many of those Dutch are Portuguese. The informant was a cacique of good faith. Whether or no the Lago de Parime, like many powerful South American Indian tribes, has disappeared into the sands of time, no one appears to know, right? Pyramids of gold. After all this meeting of monkish tonsures with ruffling military mustachios, the ghosts of El Dorado and Lake Parime and the backblocks of Guyana and the Orinoco once more sank back into the limbo and was laid to rest in the old archives at Santa Fe de Bogota and Caracas of the Spanish colonial age. Up to date, it has made no comeback as a revenant. I write this in the year of little peace and no plenty, 1949. This is when he wrote this, right? But past experience of these matters suggests to me that this book will give such a shaking up to this old and romantic skeleton that postmen and mail carriers all over Britain, the Empire, and the USA will curse the burden added to their wallets by my fan mail. Hail, nonetheless, to the spirit of English-speaking youth and adventure. May it never wane as long as the sun shines and blue waters roll. All right, that's deep right there. And we're right now reading his book and look at the impact. Look how many years after and how it got to us now. And we're reading him, and this is what he wanted to spread this, historical narratives that he learned about for great cities, like golden cities, these illustrious, majestic cities, megalithic, full metropolises in the Amazon jungle. On the eastern Andean side of mysterious South America is another El Dorado, located in a mysterious region which has not been penetrated since the days of the hardy conquistadores. Humboldt called it the El Dorado of the Omaguas, and perhaps it is identical with that which the old Capuchin prefect Fray Vicente de Marcelino urged the Council of the Indies to seek. The Omaguas are a very noble tribe of Indians, said an old Jesuit missioner. They may be the remains of some great monarchy which existed in ancient South America. But Humboldt, the great Prussian traveler and savant, Prussian, was great in the world of light and learning in those days, thought the Omaguas were a powerful offshoot of the great Caribs who overran Brazil and spread into the Antilles. He does not say so, but more probably these Caribs were themselves a colonial offshoot of Europe's oldest race of colonial navigators, the Cadians, Carib Cadians. We got a whole other person. Remember, we got a whole video on the Cadians and Caribs connection, Caribs becoming possibly the Cadians. They showed up out of nowhere over there in the so-called ancient world. But look, this is that was in the book we're reading, The Shadow of Atlantis, and we're reading a whole different book here, a whole different author, letting you know they're the oldest race. They're seafarers. They are known also as the Carians in history, the Caribs, Caribs, who have their name to the Caribbean. Their El Dorado was located northwest of the Rio Putumayo, of the infamous rubber atrocities of the early 20th century, towards the foothills of the Andes. They may still exist today, for the land is still terra incognita, meaning nobody goes there still in modern times. Since the conquistadors, nobody has gone there. It is, however, distinct from the most mysterious of all the El Dorados, that called by the old conquistadorians and the 16th to 17th century missioners and Spanish chroniclers El Gran Paititi. Lured by it, similar ill-starred expeditions of hardy men set out and never returned, or reached back to Quito, Lima, or Cusco, looking like Haitian zombies newly risen from a charnel house or morgue. Gran Paytiti, I believe, also exists today. It lies a long way east of Cusco and the mountains beyond the great unknown belt of forest and marsh called the Caupolicán of northwest Bolivia. As late as 1702, a missioner monk, Fray Baraza, visited the Furnes Indians by the Rio Itenes. He found that each of their villages was elaborately fortified. They had a long banqueting hall, and a stone temple stood in the center of the pueblo. Hereditary rulers called Aramas governed them, and their women wore clothes. A neighboring tribe, the Cayubatabas, and the same organization, but their civil ruler, who was also the high priest, was called Paytiti, tiger or father, or jaguar father. Cayubatabas, Catabas, that almost sounds like Catabas, Cayubatabas. Huh. In the same mysterious country, a Jesuit missioner, Fray Lucero, met Indians who in 1681 were camped on the banks of the Rio Guayagu, a tributary of the Amazon Marañón in northeastern Peru. These Indians spoke of a nation called the Curveros of Gran Paititi, many leagues behind the forests and mountains eastward of Cusco. Said the Jesuit, this empire of Gran Paititi has bearded white Indians. Dodge the hijack. I bet you we go read the primary source. He didn't say white. The nation called the Curveros, these Indians told me, dwell in a place called Yurahuasi, or the White House. For king, they have descendant of that Inca Tupac Amaru, who with 40,000 Peruvians fled far away into the forest before the face of the conquistadores of Francisco Pizarro's day in AD 1533. He took with him a rich treasure, and the Castilians who pursued him fought each other in the forest, leaving the savage Chuncho Indios who watched their internecine struggles to kill off the wounded and shoot the survivors with arrows. I myself have been shown plates of gold and half moons and earrings of gold that have come from this mysterious nation. Fray Manuel Rodriguez and his Amazonas y el Marañón, and this is volume 6, chapter 4, says that one of these Castilians was Juan Alvarez Maldonada, a plucky but very fat conquistador, who, at Cusco, hearing about these 40,000 Inca Peruvians who had fled to the mysterious stone city of gold and silver far to the eastward of Cusco, planned to get on their trail and rob the great treasure, after which he proposed to explore the great river Madre de Dios, which rises in these forests. It was the year AD 1550, when he heard that another ruffler, Juan Tordoya, was out on the same trail. Both bands fought each other in the great forest of the Carovalla, and when the savage Chunchos finished off the surviving bandidos, Maldonado fled through the forest below the snowy range of the eastern Cordilleras. He carried with him, as an amulet, a breviary to ward off the evil, in which even Italian diplomats of the late 19th century have believed. It seems he had worn this amulet beneath his tunic when a bullet struck him full in the chest and knocked him down as he was fighting Gonzalo Pizarro. It, he said, saved his life. In 1659, a Spanish soldier, Pedro Bohorquez, who had served in Chile, went among the Colchaquíes Indians. They were a tribe of the Tucumans in the southern region of El Gran Chaco, whom the Spaniards could not subdue till 1665. So Colchaquis, Bohorquez said he was an Inca and raised an expedition to search for the mysterious Yurahuasi, or White House of the Tiger King, or Gran Paititi. Bohorquez went down the Rio Guayaga in the Andes of mid-Peru. This river joins the Marañón, or Amazon. He lived among the Pelados Indians till 1665, when the Spaniards captured him and hanged him in Lima. Another contemporary Spanish account says that Bohorquez's real name was Chamillo, and that he had been deported from Peru to Chile and jailed at Valdivia for swindling. He broke Gal and crossed the Cordillera to La Rioja in the southern Argentine. He had spent years among the Indians of Peru and knew all their customs. He made his concubine Coya queen and called himself Hualpa Inca. You guys hear this? This was a Spaniard. From the Valley of Catamarca, he went to the Conguija Mountains and finally to the Valle de Calchaquí in a triumphant progress with 117 caciques in his train. The viceroy in Lima ordered Don Alonso de Mercado of E. Villacorta, governor of Tucumán, to arrest and send Bohorquez in chains. He was captured by a trick and imprisoned at Lima, organized a new revolt among the Calchaquí Indians. This led to his execution. A missionary at Santa Maria, Fray Eugenio del Sancho, told Governor Mercado in a letter that the Indians feted Bohorquez as one of their old Incas. You guys hear that? As the remarkable adventure of Don Pedro Bohorquez is unknown to most English readers, I give the story here at some length. Bohorquez, who attracted much attention in Peru of his own day, and whose fame in later days partakes of the notoriety of attached to the luckless Luis de Rochemont, was a poor Spanish adventurer who soon after quitting old Spain served in the wars in Chile as a common soldier. He then wandered all over Peru, and about the year 1659 began to call himself Don Pedro el Inca. He represented that in his veins ran the royal blood of the Incas, and among the Colchaquis Indians, in whose huts he lived in a sierra near Tucumán, Argentina, his claims seem to have been accepted. All right, guys, so now picture what they're saying here. So how could a so-called white looking, if he's white, right? They say the Spaniards were white. This is what this guy is saying. And remember, this is what they teach us in school, that all the Europeans are so-called white. How can a white, so-called white person blend in with the Incas or the Indian, the local Indians? Wouldn't they know? How could he just say, well, it runs in my veins? How could he trick them? How could he trick anybody, even the other Europeans? Think about that. They're all melanated people. He entered and left those ranges, and in some way his ideas and claims appeared to tickle the humor of these wild and warlike Indians. Not long after, he told them he proposed to assume the royal mantle of the Inca and would engage to restore their lost liberties. The Colchaquis favored his claims for obvious reasons. The next thing one hears of him is that Don Pedro bearded the Spanish governor, Don Alfonso de Mercado, in the city of Tucumán, and told that high and mighty potentate that he, Don Pedro, had great power over the Indians of the montaña. Listen to me, Señor Gobernador. With no cost to the king in old Spain, I can gain over the Indians to Spain. They love me. I have much influence over them. Whatever the governor may have thought, he seems to have assented to Don Pedro's proposition on the no cure, no pay principle, especially as Don Pedro said, all I seek is only to be declared the Inca Indian. Back in the ranges, behold, Don Pedro assuming the royal purple or the borla diadem of the Inca and ruling the Indians from a portable throne. Listen to what they're saying, a Spaniard, right? Perhaps those same Colchaquis grind at the caprice of this madman, but saw a way to profit by it. Don Pedro now began as a treasure hunter. He went out on the gold trail, accompanied by many faithful vassal Indians. But alas, this Don Quixote of the Sierra, despite all the Sancho Panzas in his train, found no treasures, though always he was assured that if he went just a little farther, he would find the place where the rainbow touched the pot of old Inca buried millions. At this juncture, Bohorquez heard about the vast treasure of gold that had been removed from Peru by Manco Capac, brother of the Inca Atahualpa, assassinated by the bandit conquistadores Francisco Pizarro and the black monk Vicente de Valleverde. Now, this is not the original Manco Capac. His name was Manco Yupanqui, something like that, but he was also known as Manco Capac II. That was just a title he had. So this is the brother of Atahualpa, the guy who got murdered by Pizarro, you know, the emperor, the Inca emperor, assassinated by the bandit conquistadores Francisco Pizarro and the black monk Vicente de Valleverde. Manco withdrew into the mountains east of Cusco, followed by 40,000 vassal Quechuas. The Inca's brother went well to the eastward so as to secure himself against Spanish pursuit, though it was a sanguinary battle with the Chuncho Indians after a rival encounter between Spanish bands of treasure hunters that barred that door. Manco is said to have passed unknown ranges and gone down the Rio Ucaile, tributary of the Marañón Amazon, somewhere up the Ucayali Gorges. He cached a fantastic treasure, and it is said that he also subsequently cached an immense treasure of gold carried off by the Indians to this same region after the death of Tupac Amaru, the South American Jesuit. The learned Fray Juan de Velasco, another of the still valuable History of the Royal Kingdom of Quito, said in 1789 at Faenza, Italy, after his expulsion with other members of the Order of San Ignatius Loyola from Spanish America. It was said in Lima that the gold land of Paititi, where Inca Manco Capac II buried treasures never found after he lost his kingdom, was rendered invisible to the pursuing Spaniard conquistadores. The Inca used magic arts, it is said, to make themselves invisible as they fled from Cusco. The Colchaquíes Indians had one doubt, the very marrow of the matter. It was the definite location of the caches, since all the Indians had dispersed, some by the streams of the Ucayali, descending past Pampa, others by the unknown Rio Huallaga, going by Guaranacu. They had heard some rumors that the riches of the immense caches was in the mystic region of the Paititi, but other Indians urged that the cache was in the Yuraguasi, or the mysterious palace of the White House, believed to lie somewhere in the unknown region found the Huallaga, a little way before that stream empties into itself, the Marañón. All joyful with these alluring tidings, Bohorquez set out on a grand march into the unknown, on the trail of the White House, or Paytiti, or Paititi. Some of the Colchaquis who followed him, he invested as grandees of his court, with full power to rob and kill as many Spaniards as they could. They also might testify in whatever region the corteje entered as to the legitimacy of his Inca blood and his right to hunt for the cash gold. He went over a river near Cusco, crossed the El Auja and its mountains, and going southwards found the Rio Guanaco, the headwaters of the Huallaga. He reached the site where his information purported that the cache lay, but also he now found he had entered the lands of the unhappy Peleados, or Pelados, or Peniles Indians. They had been given this name by Spaniards who earlier had gone there on the trail of El Dorado. Some said the name meant that the Indians used a depilatory of 3 juice. Others alleged that it was because these Indians were so poor, they did not know what gold was. These Pelados Indians numbered about 10,000. Bohorquez received them benevolently so that his own grandees might have ocular testimony of his royal Inca blood. But gold there was none. However, Bohorquez was not dismayed. He believed on the faith of the Indians' stories that Paititi could not be far off. He sent out envoys, and pending their return, set up a kingdom, and was obeyed and even worshipped by the vassal Pelados. He remained among them about 2.5 years, from 1665, and built a fine road from the village of the Pelados to the banks of the Rio Huallaga. It ran some leagues through the woods, which he cut down and made the road broad, and adorned it with triumphal arches of flowers and tree branches, in the royal way of the Incas. Over it he was borne in litters, covered with beautiful birds' feathers on the backs of his vassals. Luckily for them, no Jesuit missionaries came up the Marañón at this time, or they would surely have been sacrificed by his vassals. A few years later, a monk, one Padre Juan Lorenzo Lucero, saw with his own eyes this royal road of Bohorquez, still entire and adorned with the arches, and reported the fact to the Spanish audiencia at Quito. All right, guys, can you guys imagine that, going into a jungle and finding this amazing road, very beautiful, adorned with arches of flowers and stuff? The Indians were now without their king Bohorquez, and the monk got them to act as his interpreters. But before that time, the stars had deserted the Inca Bohorquez. He could not find the buried gold, and returned to the bosom of the Colchaquis, whom he found up in arms and fighting the Spaniards, who had heard about Bohorquez's orders to exterminate the Spaniards in that region. He tried to defend the Colchaquis, but was captured and taken to Lima, where he was thrown into prison by men who had no sympathy for his claims to royalty. Bohorquez was tried and sentenced to death, where she suffered publicly on tall gallows in Lima in 1667. All right, this crazy story about Bohorquez, I think I'm going to actually dig into this and see if we can get some more. He died indeed, but the wind of avarice has set aflame romantic hearts of grandes caballeros in the old Lima. Many might not believe that Don Pedro Bohorquez was of Inca blood, but they did believe in the existence of the vast and opulent court of El Gran Paititi. None, however, knew where it lay, when lo, at this fateful juncture, there came over the mountains a friar of the Seraphic order in Peru, Seraphic, who wrote a letter which seems to have reached even unto Madrid. In it, he said he had walked over those mystic mountains, and had even entered the great court and kingdom of Gran Paititi, and marveled at the grandeur of a country that numbered so many millions of souls, doubtless burning for Catholic salvation, and its great riches, where nothing was more ordinary, nor more abundant than gold. Many cynics in Lima cared not a beam about the suffering souls unshriven, but a devil of a lot about this gold. An expedition was arranged, and even the Jesuits, rivals of the Franciscans, enrolled themselves, of course not for gold, but to save the millions of Indian souls. Ha! Don Benito de Ribera, a gran caballero and muy rico, or very rich, sold his estate to provide the funds, and joined by other caballeros of Lima, set out in 1670 in a veritable land armada for El Gran Paititi. The Don paid the expenses and the Franciscan monks, and also took another guide, Antonio Lopez de Sarcosa, resident of Chiquisaca. Two of the Jesuits of the order in the province of Peru begged with great eagerness to be allowed to join the expedition. Time passed, the way was hard, the way was long, and somebody now began to wonder if the seraphic friar had had an ecstatic vision of the night about El Gran Paititi. It is ill arguing with or questioning a mystic in any land or age, and indeed the old Russians used to say that struggle with a bull as much as you like, you will never get any milk out of him. Some even went so far as to say, with many a carajo, that they did not think the seraphic monk had ever set foot in El Gran Paititi. They may have been Jesuits, quien sabe. The painful fact remained that the expedition returned to Lima, having suffered many hardships, deaths, and disasters. They had touched no mystic, nor any sort of virgin, nor cached gold, and had met and seen nothing save tribes of poor Indians scattered all over the mountains of the Andes. Home in old Madrid, in 1682, Padre Manuel Rodriguez, at one time procurator in Quito, who later wrote a very rare history of El Marañón, met one of the Jesuits who had been in the expedition of 1670, and questioned him. The Jesuit showed him a manuscript in which was the passage following. The soldiers did not find the gold the monk had promised them, but hardships, illness, and deaths, and we ourselves did not find the millions of souls that he affirmed he had seen in El Paititi, although speaking to the folk of Chuquisaca that he guided, they said that by enchantment of the Indians he did not find his court. Padre Manuel Velasco supposed that this mystic court lay in the Cerro de la Sal, or South Mountain. But the man who tells most of this queer, lost country is the Padre Juan Lorenzo Lucero, in the supplement to Part 2 of an exceedingly rare volume relating to the missions of Marañón in 1681. For the first time, I here give the translation into English. 30 days sailing from my pueblo of Santiago de Laguna, there are settlements of 5 small nations, of 10,000 Indians, among whom are the Pirus. These not more than a parcel of very numerous nations, trade with the more numerous nation not very distant, whose leader is a descendant of the Incas, or held to be such. The lands in which they dwell are very rich, and based on information I have from the Mavovos Indians, I think there are more than 100,000 souls in the pueblo of this Inca. I have seen and had in my hands some patenas, thin metal plates shaped like a half moon, ear hubs, orejeras, and various things of the gold of that nation. Below, these nations are the Curibeos, or Curivos, or Curveros, that are about 15,000 and who met me in amity to receive the gospel. Padre Manuel Rodriguez supposes that these jewels were those taken with the Indians on their withdrawal from Peru, and naively says, and if there is really gold in some cerro, or in the strands of the river where they dwell, they that go to win the souls will not be desirous to keep the gold. Fray Juan de Velasco speaks of the Mayorumas who had a Jesuit reduction or mission established in their lands. It has been founded at San Miguel by Padre A. Whitman in 1744. These Mayuramas had a well-trimmed and bushy beard so that they were called Barbados. Another Jesuit mission was set up in their territory early in 1683 by Padre R. de Santa Cruz. These Barbudos or Barbados are whiter than Spaniards, light-skinned Indians, and as white as the Dutch or Flemings. They make holes in their cheeks and lips and stick in them little sticks, which give them a frightful appearance. They have no fixed dwellings and wander in the forest and are so-called gitanos or gypsies of the Marañón. They eat their sick before they have time to grow then. So these things we gotta, kind of verify, but there is a lot of accounts. Remember, we've shown them of, different shades of complexion all over the Americas, as dark as so-called Negroes and as light as, they're what they call some Europeans. Or remember who's telling these stories. These are dark-skinned people telling, so they're comparing them to themselves as well. When we're talking about Moors and Sephardic Jews, saying they find lighter skin or so-called white, doesn't really say white in the original source. Okay? Here we have a race of the mysterious, he's saying white Indians found all over Central and Western South America, from the backwoods of the Guianas, where they are the fierce and solitary Oyariculets, to the eastern foothills and woods of the Andes in Peru, shy and elusive and furtive, blue-eyed and white-skinned. See, nobody said nothing about blue-eyed. He didn't. The padre, the priest didn't say blue-eyed, and now he's trying to make doing the whole Aryan thing, white power. On the west, to the northeast, they are like the Nazis. You hear this? In that this is all his opinion right here. In that they reach for blowpipes and bows, and soon as they scent the intrusion of modern civilizers who preach culture and religion, the Mayorumas and Barbudos who eat their sick suggest a grim memory of the ancient days when appalling cataclysms forced white and civilized races in both North and South America into tunnels to escape the mephitic gases and the intolerable inundations and endless rains on the surface. All right. So are these cave-dwelling people they're describing here? They're missing a little melanin. Are they descendants of albinos who were grouped together? There's a whole lot to look into. This is what I'm saying. I'm not just trying to say, oh, they couldn't have been so-called white people here. We know there was light-skinned people since ancient times. There was light-skinned, but it's just the way they try to make it seem like everybody in the ancient world that was advanced was blue-eyed and white-skinned. This is what I'm saying, dodge the hijack with, because then they start using that to try to push their beliefs and agendas and influence you to think how they want you to think ancient history was. Sojourning in these mysterious subterraneans for many months on end, American Indian traditions, both in North and South America, say the old races lived in these tunnels for years. Now remember all the ancient tunnels they're finding under the Amazon, all over the Americas and all over the world. We know this is definitely possible. We know about the mythology and the oral traditions of coming out of the ground. So we know this is not, maybe can people get light skin because of that? Can they get pale skin? Who knows? But definitely something to consider if there's a major cataclysm or something's going on in the surface that people would go under, or just to hide or whatever, or to travel. It is easy to see that cannibals would subsequently develop, and the real or alleged motives of the cannibal devouring lawn pig, where some say is tastier than the best pork, ill, or if one takes away the sublimation and sacerdotalism, closely related to the symbolism of eating bread and drinking wine in the Eucharist of the Roman Catholic Mass. It's a ritual. You guys hear that? Of eating is cannibalism, practicing rituals. However, we must not digress. He's like, oh, nope, don't, don't get mad at me. These light-skinned Indians are of the posterity of the ancient High Brazilian Atlanteans. So this is where he starts. This is what I was saying earlier. He starts making into his Atlanteans, his white Atlanteans. But they differ very greatly in the degrees of decadence and degeneracy to which they have sunk in many thousands of years, north and south of the old basin of the vast Marañón, and farther north on the shores of the Gulf of Mexico, which was in pre-cataclysmal days one with the real Orinoco Basin. Here in 1840, their posterity were found in lonely sierras under the name of the Munchis. More of this in them in a later book. The primitive Indians of the Gran Chaco of Paraguay have stories of visits in the not very remote past from white Indians who came from some mysterious fastness far northwestern direction of the eastern Peru or the oriente of Ecuador. So again, we gotta be able to like see where he's getting the story from. What did they really say? Did they say white bearded, like the white beard meaning the beard, not the complexion, white bearded old men? Because a lot of the times they grab that and use that and try to say they meant white skin. That's not true. They literally meant white beard or old men, wise old men with beards. So we're going to keep reading, but let's see what they got to say. So it says, these white Indians are said to wear long garments of cotton or white wool in which are woven symbolical designs, often found on ancient pottery. They have the powers of hechiceros or medicine men and use it for the benefit of the forest and swamps Indians, who took on them as a race of superior beings. Now and again, they have had encounters with frontier soldiers who had shot at them, much as the old banderistas did when they met white Indians in old Brazil in 1745. And like these, the others fled from contact with soldiers. The way to the land of these elusive white Indians is said to lie through miasmatic swamps and regions of great heat right into the secret heart of old South America. The fastness of these elusive Indians is said to lie on a high tableland on a range of sierras with conical peaks. They do not seem to have firearms, but fire red arrows with great force. Velasco, in a manuscript he wrote at Faenza, Italy in 1792, gives a curious picture of the Paños Indians, who in 1800 had among them very old painted books of hieroglyphic history. They were found in 1670 by Fray Juan Lucero at the Jesuit mission of Santiago de la Laguna. All right, so listen to what they had. Now, this is more of a historic account than what he was just talking about, but let's see what they're saying. They're saying these people had hieroglyphics, a painted book of hieroglyphics. They have the queer custom of circumcising their women, which one finds nowhere else in the Marañón, upper Amazon headwaters. They kept this custom for nearly 100 years after they had been reduced by the Jesuit fathers, and as late as 1660, without any missioner perceiving it, every year these Indians took into the woods under various pretexts young girls of 12 to 14, and a native priestess performed this operation. They regarded as infamous all those who marry without undergoing this operation. The province of the Marañón reached from the Pongo de Manseriche to the Rio Negro. Not arms, but the gospel alone could conquer it. Gold is found in the sands of the rivers. The Indians are as many as the leaves on a full-grown tree. From 1646, for 130 years, the Jesuits had 207 reducciones, missions, with 260,000 Indians. A revolt of the Indians of the Ucayali, the headwaters of the Amazon, in 1762 lost the Jesuits 40,000 converts. Some of these Marañón Indians were almost as white as Europeans. Some as white as the Europeans. So what if they were, a lot of them, Europeans? Others olive-hued or bronze-colored. So many shades. So that doesn't mean because they're white like a European. So what did the European look like in the 1500s, 1600s, 1700s? Are we talking about like Steve Curry? that type of white, Steve Curry type of white, or are we to conjecture? Or because I can conjecture like I just did. Oh, they're probably talking about like Steve Curry type of white. Yeah, let's say that. I'm gonna go with that because I can conjecture just like anybody else can conjecture when we're talking about crayon colors, right? But then he says some of olive hued, right? Olives are dark and greenish, right? So what do they mean? Or bronze colored, copper colored tribes of America. Some were feeble and effeminate, others valiant and robust. They speak different tongues. Some of them have lived on the banks of the Marañón from time immemorial. When Inca Manco Capac II went into the interior from Cusco, followed by the Peruvians, and abandoned Cusco to the Spaniards in the vast regions between the Ucayali and the Apurimac, he set up an empire and built a bridge over the Ucayali, whose ruins could be seen in 1780. He was called Inca Choca. The empire of Paititi and that of the Chancha was born when Manco Capac's son, wife, and daughter-in-law turned Christian at Lima in 1559, where he came with his court. In 1569, the Indians proclaimed Tupac Amaru Inca in the mountains of Urubamba and Vilcabamba. He refused to treat with Spain, and the Spanish viceroy marched against him in 1571, routed his army, took him prisoner, and beheaded him at Cusco. Despite the prayers of the Spanish nobility there, King Philip II in Spain condemned the crime, and all Tupac Amaru's vassals left for the plains of the upper Marañón to join their brothers left by Manco Capac at Paititi. The unending Spanish hunt for Gran Paititi, all through the 17th and 18th centuries, inflamed by the old Castilian and Extremadurian desire for easy money, had a curious sequel in 1710. In the time of the War of the Spanish Succession, the Lusitanian Brazilians made a bid to extend their empire at the expense of Spain. They sent out 1,500 soldiers and 4,000 Indian auxiliaries up the Rio Marañón and surprised all the missions between the Rio Negro and the Rio Napo. The Indians of the missions were sold into slavery in Brazil, and about 40,000 Indians perished. The other Indians saved themselves only by abandoning the missions and fleeing into the dense forests. Later, the Jesuits were expelled, and the Portuguese prepared another expedition and entered into relations with the king of the Chunchos, Bohorquez, old subjects, in the province of Tarma. This king claimed to be a descendant of the old Incas. So long as the Chunchos had kept to their forests and mountain fastness, they were not greatly feared by the Spaniards. But as soon as the Portuguese established themselves on the Javari, near the embouchure of the Ucayali or Upper Amazon, they traded with the Chunchos and gave them iron, which they had not formerly had. It was as if in North America traders had sold the old Apaches and the Sioux repeaters rifles to use against Uncle Sam's settlers and forts. The Portuguese also sent engineers and engineer officers who built forts in Chuncho territory and started to train and discipline the Indians. They made them formidable soldiers. Lima soon heard that the Chunchos were about to declare war on Old Spain and the Spanish power in Peru, and the Marquez de Villagarcia started to build forts on the confines of the Chuncho territory and the province of Tarma, into which he put strong garrisons. But the Spaniards were always beaten and lost much territory to the Chunchos. The next viceroy, the Conde de Superunda, in 1745 arrived in Lima and found the city in a state of consternation. They had no troops to resist a Chuncho invasion. He decided to send an embassy to the king of the Chunchos, as it seemed that the white weapon of diplomacy was better trick to play than firearms or the European weapon. He chose a Jesuit Padre Carlos Pastoriza and another Limeñan. Here is the manuscript account of a man in Old Lima translated for the first time into English. I had what is now tell you from the mouth of Padre Pastoriza, whom I knew well in Europe. I can guarantee its truth. Note, by some candid friends of the Jesuit in this manuscript, if there is any truth in this story, it has been terribly exaggerated by the Jesuits to enhance their prestige. When the ambassadors reached the frontiers of these barbarians, they were advised particularly not to say they were envoys from the viceroy in Lima, and not to enter the Chuncho's territory without getting first that king's permission. They announced themselves as envoys from the Pope in Rome. The king ordered them to be well treated and led to his court. The pomp and eclat with which they were received astonished them. They had never believed they would find these desert towns so well built and fortified. An hour before the monks arrived at the capital, they found two armies of 25 to 30,000 men drawn up in line along the road, and they saw many African Negroes dodge the hijack, all right, dodge the hijack, as well as people who seemed as white as Europeans. Oh, so we got Africans because they're Negro, then there's light-skinned people, now they're white as Europeans, or we're white Europeans, or they don't know. They don't know. How do they not know? Father Pastoriza told me that the palace of the Chuncho king is so magnificent that even those of the viceroy in Lima and princes in Europe could not stand the comparison. They were led by a great number of officers into a splendid saloon, where they found the king seated on his throne. Sandals were on his feet, but he wore no other clothing than a simple tunic of very fine cloth, according to the custom of the ancient Incas. The padres bowed thrice and kissed his royal hands, but did not dare speak to him. He spoke to the ambassadors in the Peruvian tongue, for he knew no other. He asked them who they were and whence they had come. In the same tongue the Jesuits of Peru answered. They replied that they could tell him that only in private. The king then passed with them into another chamber as fine as the first. The fathers then said they were Jesuits and had come from the Pope to propose peace. The king said he was delighted. He especially loved the Jesuits, for he knew the good they had done the Indians in their missions, dodged the hijack. But he did not know why the Pope asked peace of him, for he had no thought of making war on his holiness, and that he blamed only the Spaniards who, not content with having kidnapped all Peru from his ancestors, still wanted to take the little that remained to him. The Jesuit father replied that the Pope loved peace and wanted him to conclude a peace with the Spaniards. And what is this condition of such a peace? Asked the king. You must lay down your arms and cease to vex the Spaniards, who on their side will agree not to make trouble for your majesty in the possession of your estates. I agree to treaty, said the king, on your account, and on condition that the Spaniards give me no new reasons for complaint. Otherwise, I am determined to reconquer the lands of my ancestors. Go back to your compatriots and tell them what I have said. The king then withdrew from the room, and next day had the Jesuits taken back to the frontiers with the marks of honor they had had on their arrival. They reported to the viceroy in Lima that they did not think all the forces in Peru were enough to subdue this empire. So well was it fortified, but they did not think the Indians were much to be feared outside their mountains, and moreover, they did not think the Indians planned new invasions if they were left alone. But since this time, the Spaniards, who so anxiously sought for the empire of Paititi, thought only of keeping clear of it. Now they have found it. Sir Clements Markham, the famous British traveler and explorer of South America, heard a story of much the same kind in 1853, when he was on the banks of the Purus. My Indian informant on the banks of the Purus pointed to the forest, which stretched away to the horizon. At the same time, he described a lake on whose banks Inti, the Peruvian sun deity, still finds worshippers. It is very pleasant reflection that this story may possibly be true. Markham was not so far out. There is truth in the Indian story. His informant was one Don Ramon Ordóñez, who owned a farm in La Cueva, in the montaña of Paucartambo. In 1740, another man, Juan Santos, native of Huamanga, went into the forest near Tarma. Also passing himself off as an Inca, he adopted the name of Atahualpa and started an insurrection among the posterity of those same Chunchos who had finished off the conquistadorian bandits in the forest in Maldonado's day, nearly 2 centuries before. A war of extermination was waged on the Spaniards, the Portuguese on the west aiding Santos with arms. He destroyed the Jesuit missions and frequently defeated Spanish expeditions sent against him. All right, so here we got a case of Catholics versus the Protestants. Cryptos. Antonio de Herrera, In the sixth decade of his Historia de las Indias, refers to the voyage of Francisco de Orellana in 1540 and 41. This story is told at large from old Spanish manuscripts in my chapter of this book relating to the warrior women Amazons of South America. De Herrera had been impressed by the curious discovery of de Orellana's men somewhere about the junction of the Rio Putumayo with the Amazon, of a country house with goblets of glass ornamented with many bright colors resembling drawings and paintings. The Indians at this place said these goblets came from the interior, along with much gold and silver. The land was about the Rio Negro. A very intelligent Indian woman told de Orellana that in the interior were many men like the Spaniards and two white women with a chief who had brought them down the river. The Spaniards of de Orellana's expedition supposed these white men were part of the expedition of either Diego de Ordaz or Alonso de Herrera. All right, so again, here they just mean Europeans. Again, when they're saying white. However, as I have pointed out before, they were men of some ancient white race. However, my opinion, he says, these are the white Atlanteans, all right? Because we were the civilized people, white, 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 white. They were older than Spaniards or Germans of the Holy Holy. This is his opinion right here. He doesn't know that. They're older than the unholy Roman Empire or Emperor Charles V of old Spain and Germany, and the white women were no other than the Amazonian warriors. Now, that's his conjecture right here. And also, we got to see what the real primary source of Antonio Herrera really says, because it's written in Spanish, and does it really talk about what is it saying? Pale skin? Like, what is he really saying? El Gran Paititi oddly resembles the elusive El Dorado back of the beyond in the marches of the dense forests and unexplored mountains of Guyana and the frontiers of northern Brazil. Touching on the headwaters of the Rio Orinoco, it too had a great lake called Manoa, or the Casa del Sol, mansion of the sun. Who can with certainty say if this were the Manoa vainly sought for by the unfortunate Sir Walter Raleigh? Amazon fighting women also dwelt in a country bordering on the great lake of Manoa, of Gran Paititi, exactly as they were said to do around Lake Parima, the mirage which the gold-crazed adventurers of old Spain failed to reach. Hernando de Ribera, follower of the conquistador Cabeza de Vaca, heard of the Casa del Sol. He says it was so called because the great orb of the sun sank into its waters. Obviously, there was a great sun temple there, which probably was a magnificent structure of Atlantean Brazilian origin, far older than any Inca of Peru. Atlantean Brazilian. Now we're talking. He doesn't have to add the white all the time and blue-eyed. El Gran Paititi or Patite, Paititi, which almost certainly is still in existence today in 1949, after a world war, which the old Mayan books of gold are said to have foretold, is, I suspect, the mysterious land whence come the fugitive white. I believe white people, they came from there, from the city of gold, right, from El Dorado, with blue eyes. He's saying, with blue eyes and auburn hair and beards, auburn hair, and features of Grecian type. The Greeks. What's a Greek, first of all? What's a so-called Greek? And the Greeks included many nations, including Hamites, Israelites, and the so-called black folks, Negroes. So this is what I'm saying, guys. This is when we gotta dodge the. I hate having to do this while we're reading this. I know a lot of people that are not in tune with all the research we've done and that are biased with the whole whitewash history. They want it to be true. They like when people like this write these things. Oh yeah, we were the advanced people. Yeah, we were the Amazons. We were the ancient Atlanteans. We were the ancient antediluvians. We were everything. So the Grecian type who bartered with the forest Indians of eastern Peru and vanished as mysterious as they came, the half-moon gold objects which Juan Lucero saw in 1681 remind one of the half-moon figures on the porticos of the dead city of old Brazil, entered by the Banderistas in AD 1750. So that was his opinion right there. He believes, I believe, no doubt too, if there are in existence among the Indian tribes in eastern Peru or on the foothills of the eastern Andean Cordilleras, any of those ancient manuscripts of plantain leaves fastened with agave threads, similar to those seen and taken away as to one manuscript by the monk Narcissus Gilbar in 1840 in the Paños Indian village on the banks of the Rio Ucayali, 100 miles east of the Guayagu, a tributary of the Amazon. We may go far towards the discovery of a sort of Rosetta Stone in planting leaves, which may partly elucidate these ancient mysteries of South America and High Brazil. As I stated in a previous chapter, the monk dragged out of the reluctant Indians the admission that these bundles of leaves contain the history of a very ancient civilized nation who brought writing with them from the north or east beyond the Cañon and the Andean Cordilleras. It is by no means improbable, in the view of those knowing something of mysterious South America's ways, that these ancient manuscripts still exist. Until we find them, we are no farther forward than a man at this moment pondering over one of the incised blocks of curious hieroglyphs, which the Chilean Museum at Santiago derived from an old original Easter Islander. When that South American state grabbed that island of the dead. But to return to Gran Paititi, a family of Spaniards probably born in a frontier settlement on the eastern Bolivian confines of the old viceroyalty of Peru in a pueblo called Santa Cruz de la Sierra, actually saw across rolling green plains, miles of forest, and shining rivers, the roofs of the mysterious city of Gran Paititi. The man who told the story was standing on a high wooded mountain somewhere in the northwestern Bolivia, bathed in the sunset fires of a year in the first 2 decades of the 17th century. But like Moses, he and his hermanos y sobrinos were never destined to pass beyond that Pisca into the unpromised mystic country. For centuries, the yellowed parchment of this strange and romantic story has lain moldering in its cañon box on the estate shelf, duly filed and lettered, legajo y letra, in the Archivos de Indias, or the Archives of the Indies. It is a copy written in a mid-17th century hand. Now the day has come for me to put it into modern English for the first time since the old Spanish vellum was committed to the stone archive rooms of the depository at Simancas. The autobiographer is a certain Don Alonso Soleto Pernia, in whose veins ran the fierce blood of the hardy, vigorous, stern, undoubted spirits of the conquistadores of Cortés, Vasco Núñez de Balboa, Pizarro, Jimenez de Quesada. It cursed like the fierce and heady wine of youth in a day when already the Spanish furore of conquest and the old Castilian courage and invisible spirit were on the wane. Don Alonso, then still a young man, titles his story Memoria de lo que han hecho mis padres y yo en busca del dorado, que así se llama esta conquista y dicen que es el Paititi. And it translates to memorial of what my ancestors and I have done in the search for the Dorado, as the quest is called, and that they say it is el Paititi. He tells us that his father came from Paraguay in search of the Dorado, and in the train of a Spanish gobernador, with many Indians in the land of the Chiquitos. They met the Indians, and 14 Spaniards and many of their own Indian followers were killed. So the compañeros had to turn back on the trail to satisfy of the Rio Paraguay. Later on, with women and children, they re-entered the country and founded the pueblo or settlement of Santa Cruz de la Sierra. Under a new governor, Don Lorenzo, the pioneers passed farther into the wilderness of old Bolivia, founding another settlement which they called El Pueblo de Santiago de Puerto St. James of the Haven. At the head of another expedition, the governor crossed the mountains and clashed with the intractable Carib Indians, many Spanish soldiers and their Indian allies being killed in battle. The Indians of these wild mountains were fierce fighters. But what discouraged the Spaniards, says Don Alonso, was the total absence of a medicinal plant, the contrayerba, without which the Spaniards could not get on in that land. This plant must be the famous yerba mate, or Paraguayan tea, which even today is all that the Brazilian gaucho or vaquero has with his carne con o sin cuero, beef with or without the hide, with adherent hair. They are a people accustomed to yerba, says Don Alonso. Some time later, the governor, Don Lorenzo, founded and settled the town of San Lorenzo and sent to Peru, whence came his Mace de Campo, Juan de Torres Palomino, with 111 Spanish soldiers, who subsequently embarked in a shallop, two boats, and a barkentine with pilots, and set sail down one of the tributaries of the Amazon to Old Spain. Don Alonso Soleto Bernia, then a boy, had been sent by his father to help in the ships, but Don Lorenzo, the governor, died, and Don Gonzalez de Solis, Holgun, took charge. The expedition soon broke up, some returning overland to Santa Cruz, others going by the river. Back in Santa Cruz was the governor of the frontier settlement, Don Beltran de Guevara, by whom members of the expedition expected they would be punished. At that time, however, Don Beltran was out in the country hunting wild Indians. On the way across country to Santa Cruz, John Pernia, with the soldiers under the command of the Mace de Campo, Hernando de Lomas, entered the Indian territory of the Chiriguanas and the Itatines, where they were attacked and 13 Spaniards killed. From the country of the Chiriguanas, the gobernador Don Gonzalez sent a company of 60 Spanish soldiers to the north, Bernia going with them on the trail, as it proved to be, of the mystic ground Paititi. He tells us, "We reached some mountains and came on a great road, and arrived at the Rio de Dorado, and met Indians, who gave us news of El Gran Paititi, and sought to persuade us not to venture further into the unknown. These Indians had gone there, their fathers, and they being but lads, and they could take weapons, and they were met by armed men who came out in such great numbers that the Indians were forced to turn back and escape, which if they had not done so, they knew not what would have become of them, and then that most put them to flight were the leaders. These leaders, they say, appeared in such shining splendor, being clad all over the body in such glistening silver armor, as serves them as a crown on the head, and on the wrist great bracelets, with on their necks, throats, very great and beautiful medals, patenas, collars, or necklaces, right, chains, of very rich plate. And this is more than anything else the reason why these Chiriguanas fled and escaped. As they were fleeing, they met by chance an Indian woman, una India, who came from a small and lonely farm, Chacara, with a harnessed, or bridled or haltered ram, carnero de diestro, and came also an Indian woman spinning wool of the same sheep, and asked if it were a draught animal. They said no, they had not our animals, but they were beasts with long necks, not like horses or mules. When I knew the language, I asked them if they wore clothing of the sheep they sheared. They had a bridge made of oris neja, liana, that passed from one side to the other, and they called that hill or highland Cerro, Godhead, Avanta, la cabeza de Anta, and they showed us the straight road, la derechera, where almost to the north the sun sets. It did not seem to the Spaniards that these Indians praised or encouraged them, as they said to us, "Stay, gods, since you have come here. Let us quit going there sooner than I die, inasmuch as our fathers went out on the conquest, but did not enjoy it. I counsel you, rejoice at it sooner than die." Thus said these barbarians, and I enlarge no more, lest one weary of repeating what they said of the quest. So basically, they were trying to warn them, don't go in there. And these uprooted trees were painted faces of demons, charms, wrought with very cunning wooden tools, and it seemed to me that every time they came here for worship, the Spanish leader then ordered 10 mounted men, armed with lances and carrying leathern shields, to advance ahead of the main body on the road, and many men said that here was another Montezuma. And a captain, Alonso de Solis, said it was his duty to capture the lord of that country. Now ahead of us, he saw a league of ramparts, as they seemed, and de Solis, who had been in the wars in the old Spain, said it seemed to be a rampart wall, very strongly built with the sun shining on it, and close to it was an enclosure in the form of an entrenchment, very well defended, un fuerte muy reforzado. And there was in the entrenchment 6 Chiriguanas and Chiriguanos Indians. The fort was made of 2 jiquerones, large American trees, and cedars, planted one pace in front of another, and all around about to surround their city. And these trees, enclosed one within the other, made a gateway so thickly planted with trees that hardly could we enter it, man by man, for it was a trap. So our soldiers, wishing to test it, took axes and cut down a tree of the rampart and others, and we hurriedly sent forward the horses to aid the 15 brave, hardy, and energetic men who entered by this wicket gate. So great was the multitude of savages that attacked them. But though the help of the horsemen was so brief, yet great was its aiding force. At the end, we took 15 prisoners. The savages fought with bows and arrows and macanas, suspended at the wrist for use when they come to hand grips. There were Indians that scorned to flee, but stayed fighting on foot. They rushed at us with derisive howls and abuse, determined to fight us. And the other Indians we took for friends, and who had advised us to attack this strong place, presently fled, and without their aid we saw ourselves in a tight corner, the tightest that could be. But the Spanish race is a race that takes all things, and presently we pressed forward and fought in another pueblo, a league distant. And here the roads were so straight and broader than any calle that might be, and these roads were so clean and swept that certes we had never seen the like. All right, you guys hear that? We hurriedly entered this pueblo, not meeting a soul, for we had seen the inhabitants fleeing from our men. In this village we found in a house in the plaza no fewer than 13 sculptured images, bultos, all standing up and seeming to be friars, because they had faces of priests and tonsures like those of monks, and they had hair shirts, cilicios, and scourges hanging from their girdles, and on the scourges was a sort of blood. All these images stood gazing one at the other, and other soldiers entered into another oratorio, and they called out, "What is that to gape at yonder? Let all come here and see something more than that." Here at Bernia tells, they were in this stockade village on the border of the unknown, with obvious relics of some vanished civilization of mysterious South America. All the saints and God the Father standing together. He added, the house was like a church in the name of Jesus, with many images of saints standing so as to show they were subject to the one that covered them with his upraised arms in the manner of the Father. At this point, Bernier records, without realizing its significance, that the Indians signed to us there were others beyond like ourselves, but we did not understand them, nor they us. Here again is an undoubted reference to, he's saying, see what they're, so this is a great example, guys, because they found people wearing tunics or that appeared to look, they're talking about a statue or a wooden idol or something, guys. Here we're not talking about things that have colors, but because they're finding people with what appears to look like monks, idols like that, statues in the Indian village, they're saying these are probably the white Indians, no doubt, undoubted. He's saying no doubt these are white Indians. So this is what I'm saying, guys. You see the hijack, man, you see this hijack, it frustrates me a little, you know, but I'm glad you guys are able to see that he just made some statues into white people just because they have clothing or the way they looked, and he's trying to make them into the disciples and Jesus and all that. He's trying to. So this is the author, right? Well, the Frey that was telling the story was trying to make them into Jesus and stuff, and now the author is trying to make them into the white Indians or direct descendants of the white Atlantean race of all Brazil, just because the clothing they were wearing. Existing in the Terra Incognita beyond the eastern Andean Cordilleras in the 17th century. But definitely what is being said here is that they're finding statues right in the middle of the forest, these villages with these people, right, these idols or these kings, these ancestors they had there, dressed up differently, like what Europeans would think is their clothes. He goes on, from here we passed to another pueblo, and outside was an image in the shape of a naked man crucified on a sort of cross. It had a countenance like that of our Christ. And we pass on beyond, and presently we chance on a resting place, and sort of a park of gardens. Round this place were trees, as before, with roots standing up, and they were turned back to front, a sort of devils in figures, because they were so grim and ghastly. It was noted that all we saw inside the houses had good faces, and that no artist brush could make better, and all that the Christ-like figure was we were externally. The figure has arms, limbs, and feet like ours. We left the spectacle, and farther on met a pulpit like an olla, large jar, and it was of rounded stone and had a mountain block, subidero, for ascending to look around. And I climbed and began to look around, crying aloud above, and an Indian below made signs to me to come down from the pulpit and not annoy his God, and to show what it was, and calling louder, the Indian pointed to the sky where the sun was setting, making signs that he had another Lord. These remarkable images and sculptured figures thus appear to have been associated with the cultists of an ancient sun-worshipping race of South America. All right, I mean, that's what they're interpreting. A mysterious nation in the line of races from those of Tiwanaku, white, Atlantean Brazil, Stash the hijacks. This is what I'm saying. He keeps adding that. How does he get white from all this? The Phoenicians, who were really not kinsmen of Semites or Jews, but Aryans from old India. Dash the hijack. See what I'm saying now? This is just like the modern anthropologists like Robert Seffer and some people like Mind and all that. They try to make now the Phoenicians are Aryans, and Aryan means white. Aryan don't even mean white. Aryan means noble in most cases. Phoenicians, we know, included a lot of different nations. There were sea peoples, including Danites. So what do you mean they're not Semites or Jews? But Aryans from old India. Aryan means noble. Many Semites became Aryans or noble people in history. And Incaic Peru and ancient Mexico. All right. So again, just try to correct all these conjectures and biases of these authors, right, when we're reading these books. The Spaniards returned home to Santa Cruz, where to son Alonso Pernia, his father, who evidently had heard before about what lay behind the mysterious cerro of northwest Bolivia, said, I know those two deep and brimming rivers. They are the Dorado and La Plata. From there one runs north, the other south. John Pernia said that the Indians had wanted him to cross the river and climb the highlands. Time passed, and the pueblo Santa Cruz became deserted and was left to the bats, the owls, and rodents. The governor of San Lorenzo, the other Bolivian frontier township, now felt a desire to advance the Spanish frontier farther into the wilderness, so he headed an expedition of 40 men into the country of the Chiquitos Indians. Young Alonso Pernia's father, and whose veins ran the hot fire of the early conquistadores, felt a burning desire that a son of his loins should enter the mysterious land of Gran Paititi. He enjoyed on his son in that patriarchal age when the command of dead ancestors lay on the bodies and spirits of third and fourth generations of Spaniards, as though they had been sons of old China, or German mediatized princes, under the rule of Queen Victoria, to join the expedition and seek to pass to the north. There, according to the Indians, Gran Paititi lay. The Chiquitos, who at this time were by no means the gentle, inoffensive natives they afterwards became when softened by the enervating influences of the Jesuit missionaries, opposed the entry of the Spaniards into their country. And writes Pernia, the governor said that if we wished to go to the mountain in the north to fetch any Indians, slaves, right? That's what they were fetching them for. They weren't grabbing Africans, again, they ain't grabbing Indians for slavery, or piezas, gold or coin, we might go. Pernia now bethought himself that when he and his brothers were at an Indian pueblo called Pocona in Peru, a bossy cacique by name Don Pedro had said to them, Sobrinos, nephews, you have described to me your home in the Chiquitos country and where north and south lie. Behold, notwithstanding how your fathers may have gone or may go, they have always entered from Peru and have lost themselves. Yourselves, nephews, were close to them already. Them, Pernia clearly explains in his manuscripts. And so the cacique Don Pedro knew it. He was very old, much more than 100 years of age, and he told us that his ancestors came from that country and that they were very well off and that it was called Paititi, with true Spanish pity, sententiousness, Bernia comments. Y esto nos dijo el indio, y dicen que los muchachos y los borrachos dicen la verdad. And so the Indian told us, for they say that boys and boozers speak the truth. So when they entered the Chiquitos country, in the train of the governor of San Lorenzo, the Bernia brothers joyfully recognized these features of the landscape which Don Pedro, the bossy cacique of Pacona, told them indicated the trail to Gran Paititi. However, between them and the delectable highlands of their Pisgah intervened fierce tribes of cannibal Caribs inhabiting the ridge of high mountains. So you see how this book's trying to make all the Caribs cannibals? You know, he just adds cannibal every time he mentions Carib. That's why we gotta tell you to dodge the hijack with this guy a little bit. They were men of the valorous South American native race, whose necks not even the warlike conquistadores had been able to bend beneath the Castilian yoke. They ate human flesh and would and will not submit to the Spaniards, whom their one desire is to kill. Very vile did they prove to us, for they killed 8 of our soldiers till our captain ordered their huts to be burnt down when they were in them. Yet they had rather burn to death than give themselves up, so they burnt enraged and howling and roaring with wrath. A day or so later, the Pernia brothers traveled abroad in the country, and were passing the burnt-out pueblo when they saw lying off the trail in some bushes an Indian who had been shot with a gun in the leg. The Spaniards acted as if they had not seen the Indian and passed on their way, but when they came back to lo, the Indian had vanished. When he saw that, one of the Pernia's brothers sprang off his horse and said, Hermanos y compañeros, I will search for that Indian we saw lying here. And starting from a point, we searched the bush for the trail the Indian has made. Since he had broken a leg, he had to drag it after him to get along. We caught him up, and my brother said, Here is this barbarian. He is not dead. And we came on him looking dead. And my brother said he should be taken to our camp to be questioned, since we had caught no other Indian. And 4 Indians raised him on their shoulders and brought him along with a lengua interpreter. The wounded Carib was questioned about what he knew of Gran Paititi and his strange men. Soleto, why won't you submit to us? The Indian, we know you not except for enemies. They, the Paititans, have weapons like yours. The sounds coming from your weapons are like theirs. Their arms fire stones. Round about are persons like yourself. White Indians, that's not what they mean. See what I'm saying? Because they had weapons like guns, or they had advanced weaponry, now they're calling them white Indians, you see? That's the hijack. We will not submit to them, for we wish to be free. We and 7 or 8 other Indian provinces are vassals of the men of Paititi. Following the manuscript, some curious facts about the South American men of this mysterious land. They fight cruelly, said the wounded Carib, and march many into battle. At their head are so many galenes, gallants or leaders, with many coronas, and medals, patenas, and bracelets, torques in the old Celtic fashion in Gaul and Romano Britain, so that these men appear stars, dazzling as the sun shines on the glittering devices they wear. The Indian added that they wore collars like little flasks. I was left on the field of battle with the dead, because I had been struck with a stone that smashed my rib. I did not fly, because they would not kill me among the dead. I stayed till nightfall, and so I escaped, but when we came back to our country, this lord of Gran Paititi sent a captain to be over us. So we remained in peace and refused to cross the ridge of mountains. If you climb the mountain, you will see their land from the top of the ridge. Here at this point in this queer story is the only known white Spanish eyewitness. Now these Spanish are not white, you see, now he's making the Spanish white. How does he know these are white Spanish? He's got to add the white. You see what I'm saying, guys? So the Spaniard, who possibly is a crypto Jew or more, crypto eyewitness testimony of the land of Gran Paititi, and even so, only from the far distance, Don Antonio Sanabria went out from the camp and climbed the mountain. He came back and said he saw nothing. The Indian pointed out that Don Antonio had not climbed the right mountain. It is from the peak of the other you will see their plains and pueblos. And six of us, three Indian chiquitos, three men from San Lorenzo, including myself, went to the top of the mountain the Indian had indicated. And when there we looked from side to side, I said, Señores, we have no needle, aguja compass. They gave me one, and with it I found the north-south line, and looking north we saw a cerro, hill or highland, running east to west, and all around were mountains, montañas of great height, and where we had come there were also great mountains. And looking towards the sunset, we saw a lake, laguna, and towards the north small lakes. And I said to my compañeros, those three small lakes we see are really one lake, separated by islets. And looking, they agreed, and there are pueblos round that great lagoon. The compañeros again staring said they saw nothing. Pernia, can you not see vapors arising? The others, yes. Pernia, then follow the smoke as it goes straight up in the air and does not disperse. There are houses there. Can you not hear drums? They said. No, it is in the wind in the trees or blowing through rocks. I said, keep your ears open and listen better. They did, and now agreed they heard drums sounding. And so we stayed an hour longer, and one of the six said, if we are six, then we might be the three kings that would conquer the world. And on that we came back. And as we came, I said, Hermanos, let us tell the compañeros we've seen nothing. We shall then see how they will wag their feet. When we were back in camp, they asked us what we had seen. I said, the same as before, whereon presently I jumped on one of the Spaniards, and we now saw on what foot they hobbled. Y de qué pie cogen. He said, let us go home. That savage speaks lies. He who spoke withered my heart to think that such a man had so little courage. And I said to my brother, what say you of that? Look rather to him who says to his friends that three men alone may resolve to go and conquer the world. Back in the camp, the rest told the governor that all was verdonales, green, unpeopled wilderness, that could be seen from the top of the mountain range. But Pernia, approaching the governor, who told him that what the rest of the compañeros had said, gave the three true version of the sight of the unpromised land from the Pisgah-like cerro. The pueblo and the lake stand out clearly, and the compass needle shows it lies northward on the right hand. All is mountain till you reach the cerro, while northwards all is hillocks and open country. The indications of Gran Paititi are strong, and the governor said, I believe the good news you bring. The sight had set on fire the heart of young Alonso Pernia. I wished I might take wings of the morning and fly to seek that land. Alas, the others did not feel that way. So it looks as if the wings over El Gran Paititi will have to wait the day after the Second World War, when from the gondola of a new airship, or the glass front of the nose of four-engined plane, where once sat the forward gunner, with the bomb shooted beneath his feet, some observer may see what we will see of the mysterious land of Gran Paititi. And may there be no bombs beneath the moon, when he puts forth above and over that green and rolling sea of unknown South America. Their hearts had failed them, if indeed the compañeros had ever had enough courage and imagination to seek to follow the example of Don Hernando Cortés, burning his boats and the shores of the Gulf of Mexico, or gallant Núñez de Balboa, contemplating the unknown Pacific from a peak in Darien. They preferred the fatted beefs and the comforts of their own stones. Hidalgo houses back in the safety of the pueblo of San Lorenzo, where in the society of their own raven-haired señoras, they might tell the eagerly questioning muchachos that there was an acanada to be seen from the cerro looking toward mysterious Gran Paititi. Only an Indian fable whispering like the wind and the green isles of the northern Bolivian forests. No, there had to be no uncertain trails for these Spaniards, even if all the gold of El Dorado lay ahead. But as we noted, the father, who was then dead, had laid his command upon the Soletos, of whom Alonso Pernia was one, that they were always to strive toward reaching the golden city of Gran Paititi, the burning, if not exactly holy grail of their ancestral Soletos. and not all the demonios that might lie on the lone trail could scare a Soleto from that quest, though he be dead, said Antonio Soleto. We must heed his dying command. On the next expedition, a discussion befell round the campfire when one Soleto cried out, Ea, hermanos y sobrinos, síganme todos. Come, brothers and nephews, all follow me. Only 10 men and a padre stepped forward. So the governor, jumping on his horse, spurred forward, crying out, All follow me. And a few days later, writes Pernia Soleto, we were at the mountains whence we had seen the pueblo, Gran Paititi. They took an Indian woman, who led the Spaniards, most of them, not too eager for glory and adventure themselves, toward the mountains, and the army began to complain that they were quitting the plains and the pampas for the heights. It would appear that the Spaniards had some notion about conscripting the reluctant Indians into accompanying them as allies and guides on the trail toward the unknown. But those Indians, with the fear of God or the more potent devil tiger of Gran Paititi before their eyes, were not having any. Fights followed. A village was captured, and in it was found a palm cross that was borne before one Yaya, some sort of Indian Christ. All right, listen, an Indian Christ. The Indians, after the fight, were seen howling round campfires and dancing while they committed sati on the dead. It was found that these Indians also worshipped fishes, but the Spaniards noted their cleanliness. The kitchens separated where they cooked their food. The Indians also had kettles more than 6 feet high. A tall man could stand upright in them, in which they brewed chicha. Now the brothers Solero marched along 2 roads leading toward the Pisgah Cerro, but hinderers were at work. Pernia Solero sounded a trumpet to rally followers to the trail, but at the sound, the Indians we took for friends removed themselves afar off. They were not crossing any high mountains. Once on top of the cerro, the camp pitched below in a pampichuela. So cerro is like saying the peak, guys, all right, the peak of the mountain. The Spaniards glimpsed the lake and pueblos of Gran Paititi, but a captain swore he could see a savage in the distance by a fire in the plain. We told him we saw nothing, but their eye of faith and enthusiasm availed not against the captain's eye of convenient, cold pause and caution. Several attempts to get the rest to follow on the trail over the mountains were made, but hinderers balked all, saying that the governor wished them to return to camp below in the Pampichuela. Here the governor said, For we hope to return and pass beyond the cerro another day. I seek to see no more than I have. There is the lagoon, and in it the stone mark in the middle, that is Paititi. A few days later, Alonso Pernia Solero met an unpleasant adventure, says he. I took canoes and joined them with an iron bar, barrotodas, so that they be not overset, and when in them I saw the rock, the landmark of the great lake of Paititi. It seemed made by hand, and as I returned to my compañeros, one shouted to me, Look here on the side. I looked up and saw a great caiman, and I should not have known he lay in wait for me ahead, but for the warning. The reptile came at me. I fought him off with paddles, while my fellow oarsmen backwatered. The monster came on with open mouth, swimming fast behind us, but we turned and trashed the water so vigorously with oars and spears that in the end he could not overtake us, and we jumped ashore, as the monster had done at other times. He came where a curve was, and there a soldier, one Juan Lopez, killed him with a gunshot in the head. So fierce and terrible was this monster that he frightened even the savages. So they're talking about like a large alligator or crocodile that came at him. After the death of the caiman, the Spaniards were followed by an aggressive Indian in a canoe who shot arrows after them in challenge. He came standing up alone in the canoe, as do the Chacoy Indios still today in the wilds of Darien. The governor importuned assented to the killing of the Indian, and he was shot in the mouth, all bloody, and later dragged out of the water by the hairs of his head by my brother Diego Soleto. The others removed themselves in the canoe to a distance and lay down in it for love of the rifle balls. He speaks of the local clay heart as tough as metal, out of which the Indians made a chinaware, that I could not break in a pitcher, though I had gave 3 hard blows with a macana, the wooden Indian saber, studded with sharp flints. Here's a chance for some modern capitalist to acquire the material for unbreakable china, and having established his monopoly to sell out, por amor de Dios y los hombres, to the great world amalgamated pottery combined, unless some fierce Indios still left in this uncivilized part of old Bolivia break the entrepreneur's skull with a macana, which may the good Lord Manito, Yaya, the Pope of Rome, and the General of the Jesuits forbid. And I was standing by the governor when he said to us, Hermanos y sobrinos, we have seen what we came to see, and we have met with the stone of the information. Let us return in a year with stores and people. And so we went home, passing a country full of zapallos, red pumpkin gourds, as found in Peru, luxuriant maize, large farms, but a few Indians, save women and children, and we passed by the Chacara Indios, where we met trees blazed with axes made of stones they extracted from mines, and they plant maize very curiously, the tips of the leaves being below, so that the weevil entered not. The gallant Soletos begged other governors to make the trips to the Cordilleras of Don Gonzalo de Solis Holguin, accompanied by Padre Jerónimo de Villarno, had done, but all passed in talk when he sent out Antonio Suarez, a Masse de Campo. The unpromised land of El Gran Paititi receded farther into the mist of romance and fantasy, for the age of the splendid conquistadores had passed like a glorious roll of drums, or become as a gorgeous illuminated bannerole, and Gonfano hung in a moldering old abbey. Yet as Brother Juan Soleto said, when he made the trumpet sound for the trail, Ánimo que Dios es grande. Courage, brother, God is great. Someone, someday will hear. A certain Don Juan Recio de León, campmaster, Masse de Campo, to Governor Pedro de Laigui, Urquiza, ruler of the provinces of Tipuani and the Chunchos, Peru, came within earshot, not eyeshot, like Don Alonso Soleto Pernia and his brothers, of the mysterious kingdom of Gran Paititi. He too left a manuscript in Madrid, which I here translate. It was written in 1625. In it, he writes how the Indians in Bolivia told him El Gran Paititi lay on the borders of the Rio Apurima, and that on its northern frontier was a province of women who lived without men, but that on the women's own borders to the east were men called the Marquides, with whom the Amazonas periodically had sexual intercourse for procreation. 4 other Indians told the Don that you went by land and rivers to a great Cocha lake, and which were many islands with an infinite number of people. These people were very rich and wore amber necklaces. They were fond of perfumes and wore pearls that were perfumed, which pearls, many a number and irregularly shaped, came from the great lake. To the north, many other nations lived on the slopes, faldas of a great snowy cordillera, towering into the skies, close to the Laguna del Paitite, and stretching to the kingdom of Nueva Granada, modern Colombia. They wore clothes and were rich in beasts and burden and silver. When too closely examined about these queer stories, says Don Juan, I found my Indians became very angry. They said it was more to our benefit to believe than for them to tell. At a great feast of fish netted in the famous river Parauri, some great roving Indian mariners of these waters told him a story of which he was incredulous. These caciques of Uchipiamo, Inarama, and Namas, Indians, say that in the great Laguna del Paititi, more than 18 years ago, there entered some reddish-skinned viracochas, reddish-skinned, copper-colored, reddish-skinned, reddish-brown, copper-colored, that they strongly believe were English or Hollanders, and that every year they brought from the land of Gran Paititi knives, machetes, colored glass beads, silks, tafetanes, and linen cloths of the sort. These natives won, bartering them for very great riches of gold, silver, pearls, and amber, and many other things of value. I having great difficulty in believing this incredible tale, they immediately showed me machetes, knives, and some silk stuffs brought from the said Paititi a very few days ago, and notwithstanding it is true that I gave things of this kind to the native chiefs when I entered this land, it was fully acknowledged in relation to their story. I observed among them some that they indicated were tools I gave them, and seeing the great difference that existed between the tools I gave them and those they brought from Paititi, I believed their story. All these Indians said that most of them go to Paititi 2 or 3 times a year to traffic and bargain, which is why they have these tools, and the accounts certain Indians gave of these reddish viracochas to certain soldier interpreters I made to my governor, and which I have in the chart, carta or carte, among my papers. I said to them that since there were so many wanderers to Gran Paititi, one of them might be able to show me the form of the great laguna and indicate the islands and the rivers that flow out of it. And I put these details in a plate and a map of certain kingdoms that it is in my possession. That these strange white men, and okay, so listen, they never said anything about white, right? They never said anything about white. Now the author's gonna say these strange white men were neither Dutch nor Spanish. They said reddish skin, copper colored, Dutch nor Spanish, Portuguese nor English is made clear by the fact that Don Juan in AD 1625 proceeds to describe that very work of old Incan military engineering, which as Colonel P.H. Fawcett said was occasionally been seen by modern Bolivian rubber gatherers, along with a fine aqueduct shrouded with vines and bush in the forest of the Caupolicán, beyond the eastern cordilleras of the Andes. Don Juan was then visited by 4 principal Indians from the country of the Marquises in the border of the Rio Dia Beni, which must be the same as the modern Rio Beni of the Bolivian Caupolicán borders. Here, writes Don Juan, I saw in the province a marvelous fortress that they said the Campo Army of the Inca emperor of the old Peru, had made that it might remain a memorial of what the Incas had formerly accomplished in the conquering that land. Again, in the country of the Marquises, Don Juan is told of the Amazons, but the Marquises say that they are not their temporary husbands, as reported by other Indians, but that between these people to the east in the Laguna del Paititi, they said there was a country of men without women, una provincia de hombres sin mujeres, and they said that these men live without women, but for 2 months in the year they enjoy women from another part, and go by water to unite with them. They are such valorous women that they fight with their enemies better than if they were men. From 2 other independent Portuguese sources, we again hear of the strange, okay, again, nothing about white Indians, guys. He didn't say nothing about white Indians in those accounts. This is what I'm saying. You got to read the primary sources, but they mistranslate them on purpose when they're telling you in 1940s and 50s, whom Indians and Spaniards and monks and missionaries mistook for long-lost hunters of El Dorado. One of the witnesses is Capitão Simão Estácio de Silveira, whose Relação Sumária dos Cosas de Maranhão, published in Lisboa in 1624 of March, I had for the first time translated into English. It is a very rare book and cites an even rarer Portuguese volume by one Peter or Pedro de Magalhães, whose fuller name is Pedro Magalhães de Candavo. Candavo was the first to confuse El Dorado with Gran Paititi, which accounts for the later incredulity and mystification of Don Juan Recio de León and of others long before and after him. Candavo in 1575-76 told a story of a certain Brazilian Indians of gypsy nature, like a gypsy who liked walking through the world. They started on a long trail across South America, passing some days' journey beyond the Rio Ponete, where a nation with armor came out against them and disputed their passage. Overborne, the gypsies were obliged to make a detour much farther inland and encountered many hardships and wars which killed off large numbers. Those that survived were forced to stay on arrival, Portao de Tierra, in a country that had very large populations, or towns and many neighbors, among whom were so many riches, and who had streets very long with goldsmiths' shops, a 16th century South American goldsmith's row. These artificers were occupied solely with working and fashioning pieces of gold and gems, pedraria. Here the gypsies stayed some time, and one day, seeing them, their host bringing iron tools, asked them whence they had them, or how. And their host told them that in a land to the east and a place by the sea, al lado del mar, or lake of the sea, there lived a white race with beards, or white bearded people. All right, got to read the primary sources. There's the Haja from whom they got iron tools. Then the Indians said these others were of the same sort of people as the Castilians of Peru. All right, and that's in Portuguese, adding, however, that in another part of the west, otra parte ponente, they heard there was a similar people with whom they trucked it for iron tools, with certain shields plated with gold and ornaments with emeralds. And the gypsies, begging their hosts to take them to and show them these people with the iron tools, that they might tell them that those pieces and similar ones they were willing to truck for the white man's iron or the Europeans' iron implements, the gypsies also asked to be put into communication with them so that European men might be prepared to receive them with great goodwill. Leaving hence, they traded to the Rio das Amazonas and navigated its waters for above 2 years, and they arrived in the province of Quito, Peru, where immediately they were made known as people of Brazil and told the story of their travels and offered their round shields, which they sold at a great price. It appeared, therefore, that these strange bearded men, white beards, talking about the beard color, not the white bearded man, because I've already read these primary sources. They're mistranslating them. They're trying to make that into complexion. That these white bearded, the beard is old hair, gray haired men must be dwellers by a golden lake, in which discovery people and Castilian captains have been ruined and come to beggary in our wilderness of the Maranhão, to which they of Peru give the name of Paititi, El Dorado, Paititi El Dorado. I have seen the very much rarer old Portuguese volume of Candavo, which is titled Historia da Provincia Santa Cruz, all right? Go read the primary source. It's not going to talk about pale-skinned people. Early Portuguese colony in Brazil, in which in Capítulo 14, in the 14th chapter, he speaks of the grandes riquezas, or the riches, the grand riches of this uncertain land, or incognito land. He tells how the wandering gypsy Indians of Brazil, all right, gypsy Indians of Brazil, who's the gypsies coming from ancient Egypt, who took 2 years traversing the continent of to Quito, actually entered the goldsmith's row of the very long streets of El Dorado, not Gran Paititi, without realizing where they were. The wanderers commented on the iron tools which the El Doradans had, and were told they came from the Castilians of Peru, but the El Doradans were willing also to barter jewels and gold with the Portuguese for their iron tools. The Indians said also that on the other side of Banda they had news there was a similar people. Then they gave the wanderers certain round shields, all plated with gold, certas rodellas, todas chapadas duro, and enameled jewels with emeralds, or emeralds inset in gold, esmaltas de esmeraldas. There is a very general impression among them that a very large lake in the interior of the country has issuing from it the Rio San Francisco, in which are some islands with many towns, with very great suburbs, where also is much gold, and more in quantity, it is affirmed, than in any other part of that province. Probably Silveira quoted from an edition of this 1576 volume, which has not come down to our own day, for he makes clear that the El Doradans trucked their gold and jewels with the Gran Paititans for the Paititans iron tools. Now he's making the Paititan people white. Look, all right. Yeah, we've had to dodge the hijack a lot reading this book, many times. Don't worry, guys, we're almost done with this chapter. I know it's been a long reading, but hope you guys enjoyed all the different stories so you can put it into your own perspective. what they're really finding in the jungles of South America. The 19th century treated the whole affair as a great golden myth of the Castilian conquistadores. But in the year 1939, I found out that the tradition is very much an article of faith and firm belief in southern Chile. Here, in a very little explored region of the southern Andean Cordillera, and one of vast size, there issues a queer river, queer by reason of its mystery and traditions, called the Rio Baker. Its headwater territory has never been explored, not even by aeroplane, and the peones and the cattlemen, in whose huts one takes shelter, as the cold mists of night fall down the slopes of the icy cordilleras to the bleak valleys, whisper as they bend over wood fires and glance nervously around as their shadows lengthen grotesquely on the rafters and walls of the cabins. They whisper of strange boomings and roarings, which reminded me of the strange bomba de mar, which one hears as one is rowing in Negro-owned boats. You hear that? Of the northern coast of San Domingo, Dominica, right in the track of the old buccaneers, rendezvous in Samana Bay. But there the cause is not the same. In southern Chile, it may be something more than the breaking up of the waters in the high ranges, whereas of Dominica, the cause is likely to be that of a water sprout, or the cavern driving inrush of the Caribbean. It is perhaps singular that these ear-splitting boomings, crashings, and reverberations are heard in this lonely Chilean region only at certain times of the year. The sound comes from the unknown region behind the falls of the Cordilleras, which the Rio Baker drains. I once asked a Chilean ganadero what the mysterious noises portended. He made a remarkable reply which I give without comment. Señor mío, our fathers have told us that behind the unknown region from which this river issues, there dwelt, and still dwells, white, blue-eyed, bearded race. Okay, did he really say that? Now we gotta trust the author that he's asking somebody in 1939 that's saying that to him. Dodge the hijack. So that there dwells a race of men. Right, let's skip all that other stuff. In a green valley, whereas shining white towers, gilded temples, and splendid palaces of lords and kings, stone causeways and bridges, and much gold. It is La Ciudad Encantada, the enchanted city. And each year these men open wide the penstocks and floodgates and sluices, and tumultuous water from a great lake goes thundering down the mountains towards El Pacifico, the sea. Does such a lost and shining city really exist today, behind these mighty cordilleras, in some valley of Avalon, like the deep valley of the blind into which Bogota of Mr. H. G. Wells' short story fell? There is no smoke without fire, nor are traditions of this kind mere myths. But as my Chilean ganadero said, "Quién sabe, señor?" South America is the land of strange secrets, and mysterious old as the earth's early morning of civilization. It was somewhere back of this mysterious land of unexplored ranges and booming rivers in southern Chile and the Andean Argentina that lay the strange enchanted city of the Caesars. But that strange story must be left for a later book. I have no space to tell it there or here. One last question may be posed. It is one that is often put to me by readers. Where were the gold mines from which the Incas derived their wealth? A friend in Australia asked me how is it that despite the fabulous quantity of gold, placer found precipitated on the ground, and in lost caches and vast hoards of jewels and ingots, where never see the shares of South American gold mines offered for sale or purchased in the columns of our financial newspapers, nor do we see financial news items about South American gold mines. I myself dissent from the view that the old Incas, as a race, they did not treat their subjects too well. They derived the gold by the slow and painful method of collecting chispas and dust from other serfs, washing riverbeds and gillies. Much of it came from far older and very ancient races under the shadow of the old Brazilian Atlantis. But the Incas was also had gold mines. But the Incas also had gold mines, sorry, and these are lost to sight. There is a very old tradition that the Incas mined silver in the Cerro de Famatina and in La Rioja, in what is now the Argentina, but their rich gold mines were in that very country of the Colchaqui Indians, the old Chunchos, where Bohorquez made himself Inca and organized revolts against the Spanish crown. The Incas are said to have conscripted thousands of Indians from the neighboring mountains to provide the corvées in these gold mines. They held this forced labor down by garrisons in several fortresses, but the Indians kept the secret, and no old Spanish conquistador or later Hidalgo ever penetrated the secret of these lost Inca gold mines. All right, and that's the end of chapter 5. That was a long chapter. Interesting reading here. When we're talking about the historical parts, not the added hijack. I'm sorry about the added hijack. And if anybody gets offended when I'm pointing it out, then you're not really here for the truth. You're also being biased like these people. You got biases. Try to catch up on the previous videos. It's a lot of hijack being thrown in these books when it comes to Atlantis or antediluvian research. They always try to make it the white bearded, blue eyed people. Yeah, like Robert Sefford does today. Yeah, just like Robert Sefford does today. But either way, I hope you guys enjoyed it. I know a lot of people may not believe this or think this is interesting, but some people really enjoy this type of storytelling adventure. Stories from the colonial times of what these people are finding in the jungles here and all that. All these stories again could be made into like movies. Individually. I think they made one into it, but yeah, it's interesting story that matches what we have learned about ancient America, being the true old world, what they're finding, all the inscriptions they found in all these jungles too. They're talking about Egyptian, hieroglyphic, Semitic, Punic, Iberian, Sumerian, all kinds of writings to go along with all these stories of El Dorado or enchanted cities or golden cities, right? Again, this was the book Secret Cities of Old South America. Check out the playlist, all the previous chapters. We read them. We're going to continue reading from this book in the future, the next couple of chapters. Thanks for taking the time to hear me out this long chapter, reading to you. I found it very interesting, the stories, and I try to picture, the real history. I block out all the added hijack about white, 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 white. Everything is white to him. Everything ancient and civilized is white. But other than that, these are some great historical references. These people really wrote these things he was quoting. But when you go to the primary sources, it's said a little different. You got to analyze and discern what's being said. And a lot of it is in Spanish, which he's just translating and then adding his hijack to. Either way, America's the true old world. This is Atlantis. These are some of the remnants they were talking about. And there is majestic cities probably still in the Amazon nobody can find. Much love and respect. Pura vida, mi gente. Hawa.